What is up? We are here for a bad time, not a long time. Hopefully the stream is started by the time I am finishing this sentence type of thing. We are playing as Mexico, but more importantly, we're playing on patch 1.2. We started this run in our little trial of patch 1.2. I think we will be continuing this run on stream and just seeing how the stream goes. We are, of course, Lobster Mexico, all caked up and looking like a lobster. For the most part, what we'll be doing and what we did last session is kind of focusing on the 1.2 changes, more so than necessarily trying to play the most min-max run, from my understanding. Or let's just talk about 1.2 in general. You can go into your Steam library, you right-click on the game on the left sidebar, and then I think you go into, I forget what it's called, properties, I think, and then you can look, once you're in properties, you can look betas, and then opt into the 1.2 beta if you want to play on it. So far I've heard it's buggy. I actually hear the construction queue is incredibly buggy. We are experiencing some weird situations with the construction queue ourselves. We're at like 87 out of 27 because the private construction isn't constructing enough in order to utilize all the construction. And so if construction gets bricked, which I've heard that this is a common bug, or at least half of it gets bricked, no worries, because we'll just double it. So we'll just continue on. In theory, I think we should be able to get the achievement, but we might have bricked it. The Mexico achievement is, of course, unmanifesting the U.S. destiny. I'm sorry, I mean manifest Mexico. That's a Mexico with the correct pronunciation, where we have to own the Pacific Coast, the Great Plains, and have a higher power rank than the USA. Hello, So Much Fail. How are you doing? So, we'll be kind of progressing a little bit towards this, and trying to do these sorts of things, I guess. If we can. The reason I think it might be bricked is we have to be bigger than the United States and be a higher great power rank. We vassalize them, which makes us a higher great power rank, but we also have to own the Great Plains. So if we have to own it ourselves, we have to annex the United States, and if they are annexed, will we be considered bigger than us? Like, do they have to still be a country? I don't know. But let's get off and away and get started. Apparently one of the things that was causing a lot of lag was that all the visuals of all the icons in the construction queue was causing the lag, and apparently there was a mod that you could install that would get rid of it, so this is probably why there's no icons in here, which is fine with me. Another thing that seemed to cause lag for me was when you would zoom in and all the icons would become, like, legible. This would cause me to lag, so I would stay zoomed out when I had, like, 10k construction in order to avoid lagging. Okay, let's see what the current situation is like. We are pretty infamous. We did just vassalize the USA, so I think we'll just be sitting tight for the most part, but we can maybe declare a few wars, protectorates and people, make some moves, money moves. That's what I'm talking about. But yeah, we are off and away. Now, I guess we should kind of just see what's going on in our construction queue. We are doing furniture, ports, steel mills. Another thing that I had read on Reddit, or looked into, is it appears that they have finally done it. Migration in general seems to be very nerfed. It takes quite a long time for migration to happen, or it's a lot slower. Part of this mechanic was in order to reduce lag, because like making fewer calculations by splitting pops less often is what someone said on the Reddit, but I have no idea if they know what they're talking about or not. But either way, migration seems to be a lot slower, which is great, because it was a really overtuned mechanic. It's still probably overtuned, but this is part of why we're having trouble in California, I think. We are really struggling to get anyone to come into California in order to employ in all these buildings, and we're probably going to have the same problem in Texas. This also seems to be bugged, where it says that there's a front, but there's not. With the Indian Territory, I don't know what we'll have to do to deal with that. Let's see if we can colonize here. No, we can't colonize here. Also, colonization has changed, which is interesting. If someone has a claim in a region, you can't colonize there. So right now, USA has a claim in over in Afaho, so we cannot colonize there, and that's kind of what's going on with that. And so, yeah, let's get into... We moved the capital to Texas, which is kind of going to be causing a bit of pain because they can't deploy in Texas because they don't have a lot of pops in Texas. Most of our pops are back here, and I wish I knew that they had nerfed migration this much, kind of when I was making a bit of choices, but this is fine. They have medium migration here. Ooh, it looks like we are actually the target of mass migration here in Texas and Guerrero. And so I guess we'll just, it's going to be a more lagging effect, which I think is appropriate. Like, migration just seemed way too strong in general. We're still encouraging manufacturing here in Mexico because this is where we have a lot of manufacturing. Eventually we'll move it over to Texas, try and make some, you know, money moves there. Let's take a look at our PMs. I think that maybe we can start moving to craftsman sewing. Let's take a look at our interest, because we just puppeted the United States. And so if we can declare more interest, that would be great. We just have one interest in Zanj, where we are colonizing. It seems like now they're kind of forcing you to go for Africa a lot more, which is fine, I guess. But we currently have, like, we managed to get in here into the one places that just has regular malaria. So I think that this Kenya is like a critical spot. It's going to become very, very critical in terms of expansion. Kenya more than anything else. Like, as far as strategy goes, because you can't colonize in South America or in Hokkaido anymore unless you revoke their claims on the area, it seems. Also, the addition of multiple primary war goals seems to be another big change in 1.2. You can add multiple primary war goals, which actually is going to make the world conquest type of strategy a lot different, because against countries like Sulawesi, which is, this is a a three-province country that has almost no pop. Instead of having to vassalize them and then annex them in 2 wars, you can just annex each one of their territories all at once. And so the strategy changes a little bit here. Okay. We get, of course, get more gold in the Dakotas. I think we can increase construction here. Probably. I just don't want to increase it in... it's so... That there's like such a lagging effect. Like, our construction centers can't even employ over here. So I guess we're going to take a look here and just see where we have the absolute most available labor. And it's in Jalisco. And we're going to expand construction there. And we're going to put it at the front of the queue. Just add a couple to Jalisco. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Now, this is subsidized, not auto-expand. Okay. So, we have it on auto-expand, so this should be... We'll also put this on auto-expansion. And we have another mass migration event to Texas. So, maybe the migration's picking up, or maybe they adjusted it since we loaded the game. We'll have to see. Population is coming up. And we have a huge bonus from sparsely populated. And market capital and intelligentsia. Very high modifier. We really have to increase the standard of living, I think, in order to make this migration pop off. And we can also pull pops from the United States, so this is an important detail. Although we have a lot more population than they do. Because the CSA is kind of where it's at for them. We're still not a major power. Yeah, we annexed, like, this super weak US. So, we can go into our handy-dandy new one of these and look at the taxes and needs. So, let's see. These pops pay an average of 9.3% of their income. Man, this is so great how they adjusted this. They only pay, like, 5%, so we could probably do a different tax method. But then if we take a look at needs, we will see that we can try and make grain and clothes cheaper. These are the big ones. But also booze. I think we are kind of focusing on clothing in the queue. I miss my huge button. I really want this to be a button. It's not a button. I miss my big fat button that I couldn't possibly miss. Now I feel like I have to, yeah, big sad. But I guess we're kind of, maybe we should go back up to speed 4 and just kind of keep cranking away at things. We did get our construction built in Jalisco, which people are migrating away from. Perhaps not super optimal. Motor industries, let's take a look what's expensive. I don't think we're shortaging anything. And we did solve the motor industries problem. Let's see if we can make any trade routes that are nice. I do love, so this is another big change, is there's a whole bunch of filters, you know, you could do sort by country and look at a whole bunch of trade routes going in and out. And then you could also sort by all, so we can see all the trade routes that we have with the CSA, for example. And also look how close we are to a trade agreement. and these sorts of things, you know. This makes it very a lot easier to like look through this. We kind of do we have an infrastructure problem? We do have railroads on auto expand, so it should be auto expanding intelligently in these places. But if there's not a single railroad, I don't think it can auto expand. But for example, here in California, the problem is not that we don't have a railroad, it is that the railroad is not fully employed. So that's kind of a problem that'll like fix itself eventually. Although more slowly than it otherwise would because of, you know, issues, problems. Is there problems? We do have quite a bit of radicalism in the newly annexed territories. So we could try and increase standard of living here a little bit in the queue. Why don't we set these to auto-expand and add a little bit? And add some jobs here and set it to auto-expand. Because the wood will be nice. Ooh, we can make gold mines here. So we'll add that to the front of the queue and put it on auto expand. And we'll add a little logging here and click it on auto expand. We've got a nice little fleshed out queue that is starting to pick up quite a bit. We are losing a good chunk of money, which is good. This is kind of where we want to be at, where we're paying quite a bit for construction. We, of course, are not using all of that construction because some of it just goes to waste with the private construction. I think if you're going to pay... Ooh, this is so nice. Okay, so the auto queue will build railroads. This is a huge question I had asked, is will they build railroads? I don't think they'll build them based on, you know, I think they'll still base them based on profitability rather than if you need the infrastructure, but they will build railroads. In fact, I think we don't even need it in, oh, we do kind of need it in Kansas, so this will be nice in Kansas. Wow. We get a Turkana uprising, which is kind of, they also changed uprisings. So if you're new here and you weren't watching last time, they changed the way uprisings work, which makes it so that you don't automatically take all of it. Instead, you get like a full claim on there and you colonize faster. As long as you have a claim, no one else can colonize that territory, and you colonize faster, like by like 2x the speed. So this seems like decent. We get a boiler explosion. I think that we need to evaluate our IGs and think about where we're going. We tried going agrarian. Agrarianism seems to suck pretty hard. I think we want to go trade unionist as fast as possible because with knowing that this will eventually brick, or we will like lose access to the construction because it's bugged out, I think that we will be wanting to really avoid laissez-faire and go cooperative ownership as much as possible because it allocates the least to private construction. With the exception of traditionalism, which I think is probably really not going to be the way to go. And then, Lobster Mexico, doing lobster things. Man, I want to expand construction so much, but this has been very volatile in regards to conveying information. Well, actually, it just gets really expensive when, like, this tea plantation is going to finish. For example, what's going to happen is it will all shift to private, public infrastructure. So it makes evaluating if you're losing money or gaining money a lot harder. These changes to construction, we get civilizing mission and psychiatry. So we're going to take a quick pause and take a look in... You could also queue up text now. This is big ups. I think that we do want human rights eventually, but I think that we might want to go socialism earlier than normal. And mutual funds might be kind of given our understanding that things are bugged. So it might just be socialism because it unlocks the communists a little bit. Does unlock the Communist Party. Agrarianism needs to be propped up with some very specific things. I think that our experience was that we are not getting very much transfer at all when we were doing that, despite building like full agrarian. But I think that it's really contingent on being able to export to people, and we don't really have that situation in Mexico, so maybe it'll work decently for like... The problem is you can't force the AI to build a bunch of industrial stuff, and the AI is not very good at constructing, I think, more than anything. I'll read your second thing in a second, but I think we're going to go socialism, and then in the queue, we're probably going to put steel railway cars, and then look to expand some of the steel a bit intentionally here. Let's see, let's take a look. I think you basically need to be India or China or Indonesia as core territory, own parts of Europe or whatever as non-incorporated industrial states. That could certainly work. Where you are, the thing is like, The industrial states, it's like, I don't know if you want that in unincorporated territory. I get that you increase the throughput, but then you lose out on the tax, and you drive, those would be really profitable and drive a ton of migration to that area. I think it's the problem. But maybe with the migration nerf it'll work. And then build dyes, silks, cotton. Yeah, that's my perception, is you have to go mostly clothes and have pump jacks out the wazoo, sure. You need to have your unincorporated urban states to prop up as your industry. Yeah, it's just, I think that, like, when your industrial stuff is really efficient, your profits are such that you gain a lot more money into the investment pool than if your agrarian stuff is efficient. Is my perception. So, but with this being bugged, I think you just want to go Council Republic, is my... Because my understanding is the construction is bugged, based on what people on Reddit say, and you can change countries, but if we change countries, we can't get the achievement, so we are locked into bugged construction. Eventually. It's currently not working, or it's currently working. It is building railways, which I freaking love. Now, it's building them here now, which I don't think here has an infrastructure problem yet, but I'm just loving that they're building railroads. It's definitely, yeah, agrarianism is definitely super narrow, but so the country I was really thinking that could make it shine more than any other was the Dutch East Indies, or sorry, the British Raj or whatever, was the one I thought would be able to do it best, because you have silk, dyes, cotton, a huge population, and you also are injecting directly into the British market, and the British will trade with a lot of people, and they have interest everywhere. Don't run out? What am I not supposed to run out of? Of investment pool? Is that what triggers the bug? Because we're not bugged right now. Alright, we get another uprising up here. Up in this bizzle. And something watching back, so I don't stream a lot, so like obviously my streaming skills are not currently that robust, and something I have to get better at is reading people's comments, because just like the dead space when I'm reading a comment just like this and saying nothing is like not that good for viewing. Anyone that is in the slice of the EIC or Xing should be fine. Yeah, I mean, I think it'd be good as well. I think Great Xing would also be good, but I think that you're still better off going industrial as Great Xing. Like, well, I actually just think you're better off just going industrial in general, but the already being inside Great Britain's market, I think, is a little bit better. If you run out of peasants, yeah, you don't want to do that. But, like, they have the second biggest pop at the game start, if I'm not mistaken. So that's kind of why I was thinking that. I mean, I agree with the logic here. Let's see how the migration is going here. This is something I'm probably pretty keen on watching. So the predicted migration is about 7.5% with these huge modifiers, but our standard of living is pretty low. So we're still gonna be trying to bring it up. We're getting a Han mass migration though. So maybe it's just our SOL sucks, and in general, and that's kind of the problem. I mean, the SOL in Cali sucks. Running out of peasants is the trigger for the construction breaking. That's what I had seen on Reddit, but like also the person didn't explain why, and they just made the statement, so I don't know if they know what they're talking about. A lot of times you can observe an event and then you think you know the cause and then you really don't know the cause, and so I'm taking it with a grain of salt if you run out of peasants, but I read the same thing. There's actually this interesting study where they put people in a room with a button, and they said if you press this button a particular way, you will trigger the reward or the alarm or whatever it is, buzzing lights, what have you. And people would try and figure it out, and, you know, they devised complex methods, you know, on, off, jumping on one foot, all these sorts of things. And when asked at the end if they thought they'd figured it out, they were like, man, I really figured it out. But what turns out is it was just randomly reinforcing the people, and the reinforcement was just completely random, and they just thought they figured it out. And so when trying to figure out exactly what causes the bug... You've seen it on the Discord pretty consistently? Oh, then that's probably it. If a lot of people are saying the same thing, then that's probably it. If one person's saying it, then it's... n = 1 is not too robust. But now we don't automatically get everything from these things, which I think is better. I also wish you could start multiple plays, which I'm guessing you still can't. Is everything employed here? If so, we're probably going to expand construction here. I think that we're not fully employed, so let's go. Or we're just going to find where we have the most potential employment. To do that, we're just going to do this. We're going to look in labor, and it's still in Jalisco. So we're going to expand construction again here, just because we want the construction centers to get fully employed pretty quickly. We are ramping up we're getting chalked up here. We're getting caked up. We're doing our squats. I've heard it about a dozen times in the last 2 days, so it seems likely accurate. I would agree with you that assessment. If you're hearing it that many times, then it's probably the case. I had only seen it once, and so that's why I was kind of where I was at, but that seems good then. But I mean, eventually we're going to run out of peasants, so we are just going to, actually, let's see how we're spending our authority. We probably want to bolster the trade unionists so we can try and go commie as quickly as possible, because they are the most likely group to get the proper IGs. So, are we bolstering anyone? No. What are we spending on? We can stop greener grass campaigns in Cali, and we can stop one of our consumption taxes. And this way we will be able to better deal with the fact that we have an impending sense of bug. And we will try and get these guys powerful. As we also, well, we'll just do this one for now. So they trigger Mapuche, but they will not get all of Mapuche. Yep, and we get the colonization rights. I wonder if the colonization rights, if we get another uprising, if we just annex them. That would be a bit interesting. I don't think that would necessarily be what I would want, but it's interesting. So we have to re-click the colonies. I don't like that. I wish it would automatically resume the colonies, but now they're hauling. So we're going to get a good chunk of the Congo at the very least. Let's see where we're going on tech. I think we're going socialism into this. And so what do we want next? I often go shift work pretty early. I don't think it'll be necessary though. We do have a decent amount of mines, so I don't hate dynamite. And a decent amount of farms because our attempt to go agrarian, so actually pretty keen on the dynamite. Sounds pretty good, but it is natural spreading to us anyways. I suppose we're going to actually probably want to really increase the steel and go steel frame building, both between the steel rail cars and this. So we'll try and start getting on that trajectory, and to that end, we will add some steel to the queue. The queue is still relatively slow. Just visually, this is so, like, foreign to me. We'll just increase it in Banjo, try and work on the economies of scale. We will look at if we need infrastructure anywhere. It doesn't seem that we do, but we have to just keep stuff in mind. That if they do not have a rail already, we will need to build a rail there. So we'll put this at the front of the queue. We'll set it to auto-expand, because now apparently they auto-expand intelligently, and we'll do the same down here. These might also be affected by turmoil currently, but this will be fine. We are seeing some problems whenever we have something in the auto queue. We're currently not generating enough to put multiple things in the auto queue, which is a little bit uncomfortable because every time the auto queue pops off, it just apportions half to the private construction, and if not all of that half is used, it just goes to waste. So we're just like wasting a whole bunch of construction. But this seems kind of okay. Not the worst. And we have a decent queue. Now, we are kind of just waiting for the infamy to get down. It is down now. And so let's make sure we are, in fact, damaging relations with Honduras. I think we just want to... We are damaging relations with them. We just want to kind of crush them. But these guys, we want to... Let's stop improving relations and instead start bankrolling. We want to get them in the slow way. We want to give them the good old slow reach around. And so we want to get them inside the customs union. And so let's try and increase... Now, here's my real question. If I sort the goods, can I just click this and click export? No, I can't just export it to them, right? Bummer. I'm really hoping that I could, like, look at someone's market this way and just send an export instead of having to go through this tab and do this like this. But this is... okay, whatever. We will send them the stuffs. Or we're not making luxury clothes. That's right. We're making luxury furniture, though, I think. So we'll send them some of that. It's not profitable. We won't send them any of it. We can probably send them clothes. This, of course, will decrease the standard of living in our market. It will make our places more profitable, though. Increase the construction pool. Transfer. Really? Am I just losing the UI? The UI is just now a lot worse for this. So before it used to be the case that this sidebar would stay open. Let's export fertilizer to them to make our boom booms more profitable. If we can do this without the UI hating our guts. Okay, so the UI is kind of okay. We can probably export furniture as well. No, it doesn't make money. See, now the UI, the stuff... ugh, the sidebar to the left, I do not want to brick. Oh, baby, this is gonna hurt me. So we're gonna try and import coffee, coffee, sugar, hardwood, dyes. Coffee, sugar, hardwood, dyes, fabric. Coffee, sugar, hardwood, dyes, fabric. I have to remember them all now. Coffee, fabric, sugar, coffee, dyes. And I, of course, am exporting sugar, I think. And we get an obligation from New Granada. So, can we... we can get a trade agreement. We can absolve the obligation, which will bring our relations up. And then once we're amicable, now we can just get a trade agreement with them, which will refund all this bureaucracy. And we should be able to invite them to a customs union when we get another obligation. Yeah, that would be a huge UI improvement. Yeah, because you have the play pattern of like, okay, I want to increase my trade volume with this specific country because I have a strategic reason to do so, and the UI just sucks for doing that specifically. Selling clothes is so marginal an impact to your SOL, it's not a problem. I mean, it's definitely going to increase the... Clothes are one of the bigger things that they're consuming. They're spending 10%, 10%, 11% on clothes. So it's, I mean, everything is marginal to some extent, but I think it's sufficiently small. Also, when we make our textile mills more profitable, which is that will be the net effect, it's going to, you know, increase the wages that are getting paid there, so it like increases SOL of the owners of the building as well. Or it doesn't increase wages directly, but it increases the SOL of the owners of the building. It makes them richer, and so... you know, it's to some extent it's a wash. And it gives people jobs working in the trade center. Yes, it also does that, which increases. Yeah, so there's despite the higher price of clothes, it has other effects that have a positive effect on SOL. Venezuela, we might try and Diplo get as well. We'll see. It's... where pops spend their money is way less important to overall SOL than wage. I agree with you, but it's just because something's more important doesn't not mean it's not an effect. Like, we would rather be exporting, if we had the option and we could only export one good to them, and both of the goods would be equally profitable, we would rather export tools than clothes, for example. But to say that the wages are more important, yes, as well. Oop, we can up speed quite a bit. Build textile mills when they print money, that's the plan. Especially because I think that we went relatively early. And this just seems really overtuned, rushing mechanized workshops and getting clothes. We're still trying to build more clothes though, so... and this will hopefully, you know, pull up the SOL. You know, we got them, they're trying to employ. We made the mistake of building them over here, and it's... it used to be if you build it, they will come. Now the migration seems to be a lot slower, so you care a lot more about building them where the labor is cheap, instead of just building with the sensitivity mostly to economies of scale. And so we will be shifting from Mexico to Texas at some point in terms of encouraging manufacturing. But not yet. For now, we're probably just going to build really tall in Mexico. And then build really tall in Texas. focusing first on the clothes. Tools are way more important to keep relatively cheap. I don't know if I agree with that. Tools definitely go into a lot of stuff. And tools also go into clothing, so it's like, it's complex. I actually recently recorded a video for my other YouTube talking about an essay called I Pencil that was written by, let's see if we can find his name, Leonard E. Reed. Can you see it? And in it, he talks about how, you know, all the people involved in the production of a pencil, it's a very complex affair, and it's written, it's a narrative from the perspective of the pencil. And he talks about all the commercial relationships involved in the production of a pencil. You know, you have the people who chop down the tree, but you also have the people who made the tools to chop down the tree, and the people who harvested the iron to make the tools to chop down the tree, and all these myriad of relations. And his central argument is, well, first of all, there's over 1 million people involved in the production of a single pencil, some of which who have never seen a pencil and will never, like, touch a pencil and will never buy a pencil. But also that this could not possibly be done with a command economy, and you need the hand of the free market in order to solve that. Tools are a construction good? Yeah, I mean, they definitely are, but the construction is primarily steel or iron. Anything that is construction good is way more important for rapid economic growth. I mean, but the proportion of the cost is, like, it's primarily going to be in iron. I mean, you're not wrong. I just, like, disagree with your overall evaluation. It's my other channel is Generalist Ideas, and then I have another one for, like, lifting and stuff called Generalist Strength. I actually just got home from the gym before starting the stream, so I'm, like, pretty tired on that front. We will add another construction center here because I think we can afford it. Knock on wood. We will see if we can afford it. We also have a pretty large thing going on. But the new plan is to go Council Republic as quickly as possible, anticipating that we are going to brick our construction queue and cooperative ownership having the smallest percentage, the second smallest percentage on private construction allocation. We think that that's good and good. We actually probably want to go command economy, knowing that it's bugged. Well, but I disagree. So any costs that are We Play Games writes, any costs that the government has to absorb are way more important than pop costs. I disagree. Sometimes you actually, the government spending more is a way of stimulating the economy. So sometimes, for example, you want to decrease taxes, you know, because the effects of having, you know, provoking a bunch of migration and, like, these types of things, there's a pie, right? And you split the pie between the government and your pops. And you don't necessarily always want the pie to be going always, like, mostly to the government or, like, mostly to the pops. And, like, the question is what's the most efficient way to split it? And you're going to be injecting money into your economy in various different ways. And so I disagree that you always want... Sometimes you prefer that the government absorbs the cost. But right now, we have a bit of a migration problem. I guess Jalisco has a ton of pops, right? So we can probably expand these motor industries a little bit. And then we still want to expand steel. Where do we have the steel, though? Let's see if we have it already in some place that has a lot of labor. Banjo, and we're increasing it. We are anticipating needing a lot of steel. Let's just do this and put it on auto expand. They're not fully employed, but they hopefully will get there. I guess maybe we're expanding it too much. Expensive government goods is what prevents you from building insanely huge ASAP. I mean, it's that, but it's like it's also more complicated than that. I mean, it's mainly construction goods. You're right that you want to make construction goods cheap, but like the money that you're getting input, like when your pops get richer, they spend more money too, and so they get like you get more on poll taxes and income taxes, and this is like driven in part by like their consumer goods being cheap and like this type of stuff. The biggest thing that's holding your SOL right now is 100% is that peasant number. Yeah, I mean that's a big part of it. But so that's what's holding the wage down, and SOL is wage multiplied by the modifier that you have to pay for like all your goods, right? So it's like the wage can be really, really low, and then you can increase SOL by making all the goods cheap. And this, because it's wage times the cost of the goods. And so, even if you don't pull the wage up, because you can't, because as you point out, the peasants are a huge deal. You can't pull the wage up as long as you have peasants, but you can still pull the SOL up by making the goods cheap. And so, like, you're right that it's like the peasant number is like going to be making it like sticky, but you can still pull it up even without the peasant number. You're just not pulling up their wages. They consume a little bit of, the peasants do consume a little bit of goods. I don't know if you mean by that's not what they consume normally, but they like they produce and consume like the same amount of goods basically. Because they also produce goods. We are fine getting a trade agreement with the Confederacy, yes. For now. I guess maybe at some point we customs union them and then diplo-annex them. They might become a major power is the problem. We'll see how things shake out. We are still pretty far from getting there. Let's take a look at our colony and see the infrastructure here. Seems to be fine. We get the dual event. I really wish there were more events like this that affect who your ability to change interest group leader. We'll let them fight because we don't like either of their ideologies. They also draw most of their income via subsistence, which is non-economized. It's... I believe it's... The subsistence farms, I don't know what you mean by non-economized, but I believe they contribute buy orders, or sorry, sell orders from subsistence farms. So, I mean, it contributes to your market. Yeah, if you want to improve SOL, build your peasants, get your peasants away as quickly as you can. Yep, definitely. But, like, you would prefer to get them away in a way that decreases, you know, the costs of these things as quickly as possible, because you could get them away different things. I could build a bunch of guns and export the guns as well. This would be another way of doing it. I think you could. I think you could care both about the goods and the thing. We play games. I don't think it's a case of putting the cart in front of the horse, because you're doing both things at once. Subsistence farms do generate tiny amounts of goods. Most of what they make is subsistence. Yes. But I'm agreeing with almost everything you're saying. I'm just saying that it's also... There's more things going on. For the most part. We are still waiting on some tech. I guess we can go up speed a little bit. We were wanting to look for a war. I keep getting distracted by the chat. Is there a useful war in here? Why do we not have plays on them? Oh, because Ethiopia. But we have an interest here. But they must have good relation? No, why can't we open your market, my guy? Oh, we don't have an interest in Zanj anymore? Did our interest get bricked? Our interest did get bricked, I guess? Kind of want to get an interest in Great Qing to import silk. We could do an interest here with the idea of annexing something. We do want to start getting silk, though. We know we can't colonize down here, which is a bit unfortunate. Actually, let's declare where they do have their capital. And I guess we'll just be relying on our own native interest and be going after some of these guys. Well, actually, no. I think we want an interest in here, and maybe we go after Papua. and then we can make our own dyes, and then we can, once we have one vassal here, we'll have a native interest. And so I think we do this. My point is that building tools instead of clothes is definitely stronger economically. Tools end up being easy money burners in the mid-game due to huge industrial demand. I mean, I definitely think you build a lot of tools early, and you also build the tools before the clothes. It's not the case that we aren't building tools. I think we already built tools quite a bit. A little bit in Mexico. If we take a look at all of our buildings, we just have a little bit less tools than we did in textile mills, and we built the tooling workshops first, and we're probably going to also build more tools now as well. You definitely expand tools, and you build a lot of tools throughout the game. Tools is actually like one of the things you build the highest in the most amount of times. You turn a corner where clothes become better for some time, and then it sort of evens out, and then tools become better, like a little bit, and then shortly after you get mechanized workshops, clothing becomes better for a while, and then it switchbacks to tools being better. And so we're trying to ride the clothes being better bump. Also, we produce a lot of fabric inside of our own market, and so I think we're more fabric oriented than we are necessarily iron oriented, because we're trying to go agrarian, which is a mistake. But also, if we organized what we were doing a little bit differently, things would have also been a little bit different. Yikes. Alright, Liberal Party it is. So we can try and pass some liberal laws. We have migration controls. We could go for, well, I guess we can't go for open borders. I guess we would need the Industrialists for that. We could go for property of women. A lot of people support that. I guess we should look into the laws a bit more. We do want to go private health insurance. We, of course, do want guaranteed libs. I think this is probably the most important one. We will slow down the speed, because I'm kind of also... There's a lot of things to try and focus on. We are hemorrhaging money right now. It appears, despite getting investment pool transfer. Interesting. I think that'll be fine for now. We have a bunch of unproductive trade routes. Let's take a look. So can we look at only ours and then sort by none and then see which ones? Okay. Oh, just being able to filter stuff so nice. So we're importing trade from the CSA and okay, let's cancel the British routes, because we don't have a trade agreement with Great Britain. And we have a trade agreement. We don't have a trade agreement with Russia, so we'll cancel those as well. And we do have trade agreements with France, so we'll just keep that for now, except for the steel. We built a bunch of steel ourselves, so we canceled that. And the guns are making a huge negative revenue. And we'll just keep this one around. Okay, let's take a look. We can do highlights. Oh, this highlight thing gives more information than it used to. Although we are not trying to look at just at good prices, really. We have considerable import demand and considerable... Yeah, so we're generally looking kind of more agrarian right now, but this is fine. Let's try and export some of these, I guess. Not that profitable. We could export to Xing, but I think we'd rather hold on to the convoys to let our more profitable routes. And a bunch of our import stuff is consumer goods, so we will just kind of progress towards those consumer goods. I guess we will be going glass kind of sometime soon, because we will be getting steel frame buildings in the nearest future. Do we have glass works in Mexico? We already do have glass works in Mexico. We'll set it to auto-expand. So, for the most part, we're just expanding a ton in Mexico right now, because this is where the pop's at. Where my pop's at. So, yeah. You'd be surprised it's much faster at economic... I think we are... I already responded to that. With... like, fundamentally, we play games. I'm not, like, disagreeing. Well, I'm not disagreeing with the main thing you're saying. I'm disagreeing with, like, the extent. We're talking about clothes relative to tools. Like, just generally, the PMs being so much more efficient on the textile mills outstrips how much you care about tools, like, being important in all the myriad of ways they're important. Is my assessment. But we also aren't getting silk, so maybe that's not the case right now, but we will get it right now. Because now we're going to switch to this. That, of course, runs a shortage, and then we will... Oh, we don't have an interest in that region. Here, maybe we can make this work. Or we somehow have an interest... Okay, we can trade with Great Qing, so we'll trade with them, and then we'll trade with the British. Somehow the British take 0 convoys. Why is it that the British take 0 convoys to trade with? Is it the adjacency that they have to... Does this count as an adjacency? Or is it because we're next to the Hudson Bay Company? I'm not sure exactly. We will start colonizing Papua, and we can colonize Papua, so this is nice. And then we will want to declare on one of these guys. I really like expanding in Borneo. In West Borneo, you have gold, and in East... Sorry, yeah, in West Borneo you have gold, and East Borneo you have slavery. Not slavery. You have oil. So we'll just do that. We are going to have a relatively hard time landing them, I guess. Let's recruit a general, because we will need them in this region. Our regions and stuff is just a hot mess. Wow. Just being able to pick 3 is just so nice. I guess we'll take this guy. And we will mobilize because we really want them to back down. I forgot that we basically don't have a navy, which is big sad. We do not have much of a navy here. Because these have not fully employed, and we are having trouble getting people to the capital of Texas. So we moved the capital a little too early, but this is fine. Now let's take a look at some of these things. Do we have insufficient? No. We have some isolated state regions. What we will do is we will just build a port there in those. And it's not a big deal, so we'll just put it at the bottom of the queue. Great Qing sides with Kutai. That is unfortunate. I don't think we can enforce anything on Great Qing, but I do think we can land and enforce on Kutai. So let's see what they want. Mexican war reps is the primary demand for Kutai, and I don't think we're going to set any demands on Great Qing, unless France wants to join. So here's the thing. We're actually going to take a quick save, because we're going to see if France will help us take Beijing. And so we might have to reload. One thing I really wish is, I wish you could tell if... So we're gonna, in order to demand Great Qing, we're going to go up an infamy level. And the thing I want to be able to do, or I want to be able to know, which currently the UI doesn't do it, or at least maybe it does with the 1.2 patch, is if I add this to the war goals, will France still support me? I suppose the bigger question is, will France actually land this? I don't know the answer to this question. But let's see what you want. You want an obligation? You could pull us into the customs union with an obligation. So it is not... Where was my... There they are. So you could pull us into with an obligation to the customs union. I'm just trying to think. I think that France probably doesn't land Beijing if we give them an obligation. But getting Beijing would be crazy good. So we'll see if they stay in if we demand Beijing. Oh, we can't even demand Beijing because we need an interest in the region. That can be solved soon enough. Or quickly enough. Oh no, we need an interest. Never mind, we're loading. We need an interest in here in order to, I think, declare the war at all. And we don't have 2 interests. We need the interest in the region to declare war on Indonesia, and then we need an interest, yeah, so I don't think we'll call France in. I think we'll just try and land this ourselves. It'll be pretty quick. I don't think Great Qing can land us, and I think we can land Kutai. And I don't think Great Qing can get to this front fast enough. There should be a mechanic that allows you to like put people there, but like currently there's not. I think let's just check their buildings. Do you just have like 1 conscription? Oh, they have 3 barracks. What the hell? So maybe they can actually defend against this. I don't think they can, but we only have 1 boat, so that is not the business. I got some Sour Patch Kids, like a true power lifter. You can probably afford this. But we're gonna take this. Actually, we don't want him to get that. Alright. We're gonna take another tick on guaranteed libs, but we're probably gonna back off of it. New Granada just wants to join the customs union straight up. Which, does that give us an interest in here? It does. And we have an obligation from them. Can we make them a protectorate? No, they have powerful protectors. I think we stop bankrolling them, because it is a little expensive, and now we go after Venezuela. This saves us a little bit of money. Let's see what we're producing. We are catching up on the steel and the motor industries. Are we almost done with our... Okay, we're going socialism. To try and... I guess maybe we will be trying out command economy, given that the construction queue is bugged. They almost certainly do not back down here. Because they have a bigger army. They have the bigger stick. Not ideal, but kind of whatever. I really hate, or you can't see it because it's hidden behind me, but if someone's a politician and a general and they're tagged in the outliner because they're a politician, they will also, or because they're a general, they also get tagged as a politician. It's like the one UI change I find really annoying. Alright, let's land them. Yep, a whole bunch of our construction is just bricked. So, I think we're going to, once again, look, where do we have the labor? Still Lisco, but I think we're going to go Banjo now. Or Bahio. That is Bahio. There's no N in there. Bahio. Let's make you auto-expand as well. Swap your PMs. Let's just wholesale check our PMs, because we haven't done that since we loaded up, I don't think. Just make sure they're all where we want them. I think we do want one of these at level 3. North Dakota is going to level 3. Perfect. To trigger the events. Let's fix all these PMs. I guess we like this one. Dynamite. Think that we want it on the gold, probably. Yep. I guess we'll just do it on the lead, even though we don't need it. I think lead's really, really cheap in our market, if my understanding is correct. Are we paying out on subsidies on the railroads? We are. So in order to drive up the price of transportation, we will turn on some of these PMs. And we get socialism here. And central archives, also nice to get. We could go rail transport. Again, we're trying, even though it's not efficient, we're trying to, that's also not efficient, but that's just so I don't forget. A good vintage, you're telling me. I think we want the prestige. Now, is this naval landing gonna work? No, we will try again. And then we might have to try and wipe peace out of this bizzle. The main reason we want to take this province from Kutai is we want to have a native interest in this region so we can colonize. Oh, this is so beautiful, though, that the Dutch East Indies actually cares and colonizes. Look at them. They colonized Celebes, and now they're colonized Papua. Super, super good. I think we can up construction again a little bit more. We'll do it in Bahia. Anyone here from Mexico? I am actually a quarter Mexican. Yeah, the population, migration does seem super, super nerfed. Or just much slower. I think we go for the mining outputs here. We are having some convoy troubles. This is probably making it more difficult. Yeah. This is going to make the landing more difficult. Oh, I love when information is transparent. It's so good. So let's try and look at which trade routes are not very profitable, and we will get rid of them. Especially ones that are utilizing convoys. Yep, all the ones... Are you using convoys? You're not using convoys, but we are also... We expanded a lot of the steel ourselves, so this decreases the penalty. So hopefully when they land, they are not running as big a penalty here. We'll probably try and take this a little bit more. I think we were also building some ports in our queue, so that will also help. Show private construction. Man, they're just cranking out these railways. I guess our railroads are really profitable. They're building them in areas that have... Well, I guess this place needs it a little bit. We are starting to have pretty significant turmoil problems. We're starting to have pretty significant radical problems. From standard living, mostly political movements. Of course, this is increasing as well because of standard living. So we're going to take one more tick off of guaranteed libs here. If it's a bad tick, or if it's a good tick. Alright, so we can take -10 enactment chance or minus on armed forces approval. We'll take minus on the enactment chance and we'll come off this and try and do something else. Let's take a look at our laws, knowing that we want to go communism, because that will decrease the penalties of the bug by the most amount. I guess we want to go universal suffrage pretty quick. We are the Liberal Party. This will radicalize, so let's maybe go census suffrage or something like this. Let's go one that's not going to radicalize. We'll go wealth voting. We'll just look to stick it in slow. As it goes sometimes. We are getting another landing attempt, and we are getting clapped. They are using much stronger PMs than Kutai normally uses, I guess. Our real problem here is our navy is not large enough to support this. At this juncture, we will expand the navy by a few notches in the cap. Well, here the problem is we want to expand it here, but the larger problem is it's not even employing here, so expanding it would be do nothing. We could encourage people to come here. We could pay out more on this, and then be able to... Yeah, let's do this. We want those IGs to be powerful anyways, but this way we can encourage... what's it called here? I have a brain, I swear. Greener grass campaigns, temporarily, to try and... Actually, they have so many positive modifiers already that this is really just not a lot. So... I wish I could fix the population thing there faster. I don't think I can. But we will increase that and then add in a consumption tax, because I think it'll pay for itself. I wish you could apportion a percentage of your convoys just for doing landings or whatever. Because as soon as we do this, we're going to have problems again. One day I might get a landing in. Alright, let's see how we feel here, and you're wary. Unfortunate. We were trying to get you in the customs union. You're cooperative. I think we can bankroll you. We can bankroll you as well. Ecuador might be cheaper for us to just vassalize, though. That's 14 infamies, so that is kind of the point where we could do it diplomatically and it would make sense, so let's work on that. Work towards getting them diplomatically. Oh, this is gonna take forever to wipe peace. This is real painful. We might even want to increase a navy, like where we could actually support it, just for this war. We have a ton of people in Jalisco. Yep, we're gonna do it. Kind of unfortunate that construction's bugged out, but you know, it is a public beta. This is going to be a long and bloody war, though. I can smell it. Then we can probably go after Honduras and Mosquito Kingdom and just look to full annex them. Or let's also damage relations with these guys. Oh, they're already port. Also port. Perfect. Exactly where we want to have them. On this. Of course, it fails again. We really need to have a bigger navy, I think, to support this. Although now we seem to have enough convoys now. Again, I wish you could reserve some convoys just for military use. Because what's going to happen is a trade route's going to increase in level. It's a bit unfortunate. Q is coming along quite nicely. We do have like a lot of auto expansion set up for this. It's maybe not the most efficient. Like we probably should have been a little bit more specialized with the way we were approaching things. Like be mostly on tools and textile mills, but it's good enough. We're gonna add another textile mill because they're really doing well right now. Here. We're going to add... Well, I would add another here, but they can't employ it because we don't have enough people here in Texas, where we moved the capital, to do much of anything. So, going to try and get that through first. See how California is doing. We did build quite a bit in California. Again, they're not employing. Problems. We are slowly sorting this out. Do you have an infrastructure problem anymore? It's basically all gone. Do have one in Mexico, so let's build a rail at the front of the queue. I don't think they had one yet, and we will set it to auto-expand. So now it will auto-expand. The railroads being able to auto-expand is like so nice. We get our wealth voting tick. What is it? So we are going to come off of wealth voting, and I think just try census as long as this doesn't radicalize. It does radicalize. So let's see what else we can do. That's somewhat productive here. I think we could go proportional. Well, proportional is maybe a little early for proportional. Can't go no migration controls unless we put the industrialist in government, which I don't think works. Does not. Could do regulatory bodies, but it's not too great. We could go restricted child labor. Now let's take a look at our institutions. Yes, let's kind of increase a lot of this. Now this is going to cost a total of 400 bureaucracy, so we do have to get on building some more bureaucracy because we will be in a deficit at the end of this. Flotillas in reserve, let's recruit an admiral and start trying to land with the other guys. Expensive tastes. Not something we run necessarily. But he seems pretty good otherwise. I don't know. We'll do it. So now we'll be navally invading with our bigger guy. And why don't we just navally invade with both? Probably because it costs more convoys, but... And then we wanted to build more government administrations. Let's see if we have insufficient taxation capacity anywhere. We do not. We'll do unfortunate. So we know that we have a relatively high population here in Jalisco. So we'll increase the government admin here, as well as in Mexico. So we'll increase the government administration there. So that sounds good so far. I think we also want to go Zulu into Transvaal here, probably at some point. And then what else will we want to be doing here? Let's take a look at what's expensive in a market and see if we can wheel and deal our way into anything. We are importing from France some glass. I guess we will stop this because it's not productive, because we did explain the glass and expand, not expand, the gas industry ourselves. We do have steel starting to come down in price, which is good. I think that we could use some cheaper iron, which will help for going more steel later on. Why don't we put it everywhere we can build it, and then also set it to auto expand. I think this was the heuristic we were using. Currently we haven't had the auto expansion, like the auto expansion has kept up with whatever we've been doing, so we'll do that. Now, are we paying a lot for subsidies? Not too bad. We can start turning on more of these things, I imagine, though. Uses 5 more? Is that what you're telling me? Exactly 5? If I change this, it uses 5. Okay. For each level. Which should bring down the price of our thing. Mexico, we do have auto expansion on one of our rural goods. Yes. Yes, we do. Why don't we do the same in Jalisco? And try and decide which one we want it to be. Maize is profitable. That's kind of not exactly where we want to be. I suppose we have gold mines we can build, so let's make sure we build these. Just gonna kick them all to the front of the queue. We get steel rail cars, so now we're gonna turn it on. This is one of the reasons we overexpanded steel a little bit. And so this creates an enormous amount of extra transportation, which we can then use. And now our subsidy should go real low. The amount we're paying in subsidies should start falling quite a bit. And of course, both of our landings fail, so if at first you don't succeed, try a million more times. Austria wants a trade agreement. That's interesting. I'm not sure we actually want to spend the bureaucracy in this way. We're starting to come up on needing some. I suppose we can create some rivalries. It shows that trade with Austria requires a lot of convoys. I suppose we can say yes for now. So we gotta look through our market lens. And we're gonna try and see if we can import this from anyone. No, we can't. We can import it from Brazil. Don't hate it. Doesn't use any convoys. Would encourage them to join our market eventually. We are trying to get some of these inputs cheap. This will hurt our own landowners, but we don't really care too much. Gotta be a little bit wary because we know that we're increasing our institutions, so this stuff will be expensive. Let's see if we can make coal cheaper. Hurrah for the Confederacy, I guess. Yeah, the migration is causing serious problems because we had already like partitioned out, you know, naval bases and these types of stuff. They just can't employ because they can't get the people to come here despite high migration for a while. So migration seems like a much slower thing, which I think is fine. I just think it's something to note. It makes going, you know, more repressive and going church a lot better if you are growing a lot more through just regular population growth. We really want to try and get the other trade union bonus of workforce ratio. In addition to making them strong. Of course, trying to get rid of the Conservative Party might be better. Might be better to suppress here. We kind of want to pass some trade union laws, though, so not yet. That's unfortunate. We want more approval from the trade unions, but I really want to get this bill passed. And we'll just work on another bill that they would like, I guess, to help offset that. Yeah, just so much of our construction was wasted here and in California because these places are just not employing like full stop at all. And so it like crushed our growth, and it's not getting solved, the infrastructure problems. We're gonna wait for this guy to level up to 2 flotillas, and then we're gonna try and make the landing again. They are decaying faster than us somehow, so this is good. We have a ton more of convoys. Why do we have so many buy orders for this conscription center? Excuse you? Let's pull off of this, though, to save some money. The investment pool is draining. Ah, this is a first. We see that 2 are in the construction queue at once. Now, why are you just not using all the construction for both? I think there's more than enough construction to go off on it and to be building 2 at once, but they're not. Probably not as intended. Russia rivals Austria. How long until we have a level 2 port? Or level 2 naval base? Pure horror. I think we're going to go in Bajío and increase by a little bit the construction center. Slowly trying to pull this construction up. I mean, we could try subbing some of these buildings. I don't think that's going to fix the migration, though. Because it'll just increase this even more. And we already have insane modifiers, sparsely populated market capital, intelligentsia, propagandists, and SOL. We need to pull the SOL up. And to do that, we have to, for the most part, give people jobs. So I mean, maybe we just crank a little bit here. Let's just deficit spend a little bit. Yeah, once they employ, we'll be losing money. Now, what was expensive here? I think it was tools. Yep, so we will try and pull down the price of tools a bit. Are we paying a lot on subsidies? Not really. We'll still do this. This will decrease the amount. Takes money away from the landowners. I think we are transitioning away from them. check how we're doing. So Nevada, do you have a railroad already in Nevada? You do, and it's fully employed, and it's got auto expand, so that should handle itself. In theory. But theory is practice in theory, but not in practice. Alright, we're gonna try and land with this guy. And then we're gonna try the other guy. Once he's got the second level. Which is actually probably gonna be a hot minute. I guess we're kind of just sending men to their death and we should stop doing that and just let this place fully employ. So yeah, let's do that. It's preferable not to send the men to their deaths. Hey, Francisco. Check for completing philosophy departments? Okay. Yeah, I guess we could do this. We should do it. Kind of don't want to crank this many unis here, but... probably worth it. I had other plans in mind. We'll actually finish that one. And the railroad. So we might be coming off of this. Actually, we'll do this. Get this thing passed. How are you doing, Francisco? We are stuck here in a forever war. Alright, we finally have two guys. So we will try and land again. We will see if we can do it this time. China joined this war so Kutai wouldn't back down, and I forgot that we only had like a level 1 navy, which makes landing basically impossible. And it's not going to ramp up from level 1 because of the migration problems, because migration's been nerfed. You're cooking? What are you cooking? I know that Argentinian food... well, you're not... just because you're Argentinian doesn't mean you're cooking Argentinian food. But it's not Peruvian food, but I really like salsa criolla, or however it's pronounced. That isn't Peruvian food. This is adjacent. Geographically. We do need to finish this government admin, though. Otherwise, we're going to have painful problems. We're just going to kick it to the top, actually. You don't know how to translate it? Fair enough. Grifter. Just pure negative. I think we just continue expanding construction here. As well. Yeah, I actually learned Spanish when I was a child, but I just forgot it all. So generally speaking, that means even though I don't know Spanish, I'm okay with all of the phonemes. Criosha? Criosha? So the L is sh noise? Interesting. Dangerous equipment, no! We're not taking that penalty to the throughput. That sucks. We were really looking forward to getting a bonus from the trade unions, and now we don't have any bonus instead of double bonuses. Tragic. That's interesting. Generally, like, Spanish is pretty good about being pronounced, like, exactly how it reads. Or it's, like, purely... It's, like, more... It's much more phonetically... What you read is what you get much more than the English language, where sometimes stuff is just pronounced wildly differently. Or wildly different. We're gonna try again. If this one doesn't work, we're gonna wait until we have a level 3 here. I don't think we're backing down from this war. I think we're still decaying infamy. Yeah, so it doesn't matter that we're in a super bricked war. In Argentina, we don't differentiate between E, yeah, and sh. Interesting. So it's Argentine, like, regional, the pronunciation? Interesting. That was so interesting what you told me about that there are more Argentinian psychologists than, like, any other country. Or that it was, like, the most represented in Argentine. Considering the family friend I have who is a psychologist. I really love that this, like, now will show you if you had an obligation. Could you do it? We're going to start bankrolling them, because if we get an... oh, wait. We're going to stop bankrolling. They joined someone else's customs union, but we can switch them over to ours. But not these guys, we can't. They hate our guts, actually. We can bankroll them, but I think we won't. Not all Argentinians? Yeah. We can watch this. I mean, we have our queue pretty well handled. We still have the situation where, like, 50% of our construction is just never being used. Which is, like... So, like, with our private construction, I guess these are both producing at the same time now, so that's cool, but... The ones who live around Rio de Plata? De la Plata. Alright, we have a battle. Oh, not even close. We've just been getting crushed. Having a lot of trouble getting this landing off. Bit unfortunate. They're pretty close to... So we might just have to wipe peace out, which is kind of unfortunate, but... Don't think we're swinging this one. Especially with the gold reserves. I'm just randomly being like, okay, you know what? You got us. But maybe once we have a level 3... It's not very transparent how, like, naval landings work. In my mind, at least. But... Fair enough. We're starting to lose money here, which is kind of what we want to be doing. We want to be constructing a little beyond our means. Really love that it auto-builds railways. Because that means we get to choose a lot more of the stuff. We have textile mills, iron mills, iron mills. You should hire more generals to have a lower penalty. To what penalty do you refer? Having more generals decreases the landing penalty? Is the landing penalty because I have more troops than I have boats? Is that to what you mean? The system, yeah, one thing I really hate is that we'll just take this one and whinge about it. Okay. So we will do that then. It's not transparent that that is the situation. Or to me, it's not, I think. Le petit bourgeoisie, celebrity commander. Oui. And then we will promote one of these guys. This guy's pretty good. So I guess we'll promote the petite bourgeoisie guy. And now this guy has exactly 3, so let's navally invade with the 3 stack. Interesting. That is good to know. But that is how that works. Naval invasions are, I don't know, they've not been very good at being transparent, like since release, basically. They've been, yeah. Hopefully we get this off now. If we had an obligation, we would be able to pull them in so soon. We do have to at some point break Canada off from the UK. So at some point we need to turn on the UK a bit. Let's take a look at our colony status. I believe we have a native interest in Kenya now. Or not Kenya, but this region. Zanj, or whatever it's called. So let's see if we can get this off with less of a penalty. Large numbers of Vietnamese people have been migrating from France to Tejas. Excellent. Exactly what we want. Because migration seems to be significantly in our... Why do we not have this? Because our places in Texas and stuff can't employ. This is why philosophy departments hasn't triggered. Really don't want to delete the uni. Really might. Okay, what percentage has to be employed and what percentage is currently? Currently 80% out of 10, so that means 2 of these are not satisfying it. So if we delete the Texas one, it won't quite be... Math is hard. It won't quite be 90%, I think. Because 8/9 is less than... Yeah, 8/9 is less than 90%. Yeah, I mean, we'll see if we can get this landing in. So, is this the 25%? You're saying the difficult landing is a variable? I don't know. I mean, because we also want to be landing with as many troops as... Just gonna try test out the other one. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try with the other one and then look at the penalty. Let's see who's winning this. We have the Laborist Party. It would be wild to see them win. I don't think they will. Them splitting apart made the government more contested. I think China is probably gonna peace out here soon. They're almost willing to accept white peace. We'll start turning on some of these filing systems, like, slowly, to handle all of the administrative penalties. Or not penalties, but to avoid running the penalty. I wish we could decrease radicals a little bit better. We're gonna try and redouble our efforts on the clothing and tools a little bit. I forgot now it shows a heat map for literacy. SOL's looking kind of decent versus global. Maybe because we don't have a lot of furniture factories. Clothes tends to be really good. So is the modifier you're talking about insufficient naval land invasion support? That would make sense. Yep. Alright. Well, I don't think we can push with the 3 stack, so this is kind of awkward. Although maybe no. We also wish like part of the thing is like we also wish we had more troops for this as well. We could just build a bunch more. Yeah, I think they recruit faster when you have more of them. Where did we put our ports? Or our naval bases? We put them right here. Unfortunate. Here's to rolling the dice. Yeah, they might, if they roll good and get a good bonus. I agree. Really want the approval. So I think we just eat more paper in terms of the government. Make that work. I guess I'm gonna turn this on in all the rural areas and then leave it for the other ones. Did have a discussion with someone not too long ago that it's like still useful on other ones, but it's really makes the biggest difference in here. Well, we're already committed. Mexico is such an interesting country because you just get so much money from gold. More than happy for the laborers to get that. Oh, that's wild. We can intentionally run it by the merchant guilds? Huh. Interesting. Yeah, if this 3 stack doesn't land, then we can try with the 7 once we get a few more boats. I didn't even see who won. I guess the Conservative Party probably won here. So I guess we'll take another tick of enacting restricted child labor, and then we'll change the government. Or no, wait. No one's won yet. We're not legitimate because we had new parties. We have to see who wins this election. Gonna try and change voting laws, though. I think I'm going to push malaria prevention, or try to. And for that, I want to do some more tier 3 techs. Oh, they moved? Camera and philosophy department, they swapped them. So I'm going to go human rights and feminism here. Yeah, this looks like it could roll our way. Not looking good right now. Yeah, it might be time to build more ammo and upgrade military. You are correct. Conservative Party wins here, so we will be swapping our government around a little. It's a bit unfortunate. We didn't want them to win. Oh. Don't need ammo. We got this. It probably is time to build ammo, though, either way. We can build a new capital, except we can't possibly employ anyone there. So let's look where we have peasants. Also, I guess we want to really... Yeah, I guess we'll do it in Jalisco. It was very nice. And I guess I wish there was a move all to front. It's not going to matter. I don't think China's going to get here in time. Man, if they get here in time, I'm going to be so sad, though. It will be big sad time. Sad boy hour. We're starting to lose some money, though. I think we will... I think we don't care too much that we're losing money, though. We have a decent... Well... We will care. We will care in the future. I'm going to take one more tick of this and then reform the government. Probably to this setup where we get the Industrialists. There's like, I think we want to fully open the borders, so... See if they accept capitulation. Surely you... I don't want to capitulate to them. I want to take the stuff. It looks like they're capitulating to us. Oh, no, wait. They're offering white peace. Yeah, I don't want white peace. Or if you meant them capitulating to me. I'm not sure. They do not accept it yet, though. Do we not even have an arms industry? I don't even think we have an arms industry. We were importing that. But we did get covered markets. We're going to swap over. So glass is probably going to need a bit of a boost. Why don't we add some in Durango? Set it on auto expand. I wish there was a way to reject the deal. Yeah, we gotta wait until this time's out before we can send a peace deal. Unfortunately. They will not accept yet. Or now they accept. They had the full 50 from gold reserves, so that's a big part of why they weren't happy to oblige. Nice, they do have a port. We're gonna switch it to cargo. Which, of course, will give us a little bit more infrastructure, which is going to be nice. And now we have a little foothold here, so we can declare a new interest. I think we're going to go South Africa. Again, the construction is like really cramped up. If you're gonna play this patch, or right now, I would advise not using the new construction thing. You can turn it off in like settings somewhere, but I would recommend not doing that. Let's start swapping over the construction centers to steel, though. Yeah, because that's going to be so expensive. I think we need a lot more glass. Let's swap it over here, though. Oh, these are fully employed, finally. I guess we just need to really push the glass for a little bit. You do not like that change at all? Yeah, well, I don't... It's not that I don't like the change, necessarily. I think the change is fine. Obviously, it hurts you, the player, but I don't like that it's bugged. More than anything. So, like... We can go after Zululand. I think we're at 0 infamy, so... I think I'd rather puppet Zululand and then annex Transvaal. Now, we do have a bit of a problem in regards to this region specifically, which is that Great Britain, we gotta see how they feel about us. They are protective. We're gonna take a quick save just so we don't get randomly clapped by them, I suppose. And we will try and puppet our dear friend Zululand. We are only puppeting Zululand because gold doesn't appear here. And their resources, well, decent. You know, the 62 coal is okay, but mainly we're after this. This is what we're after. We get a mass migration event. The migration is coming in with a lot of mass migration events, but it's really not pushing the needle anywhere near as much as it used to. These buildings are beginning to employ, kind of. When I say they're beginning to employ, I'm lying, apparently. No, that's not quite true. The construction center did finally employ all the way. You know, now all the government buildings will start to employ. I was hoping to move to the capital and get things, like, rolling up. What, you say something's probably bugged. Do you mean the migration? I think that they reworked the migration, and I don't know exactly how they reworked the mechanics, but how they were using the mechanics before was it was primarily based on arable land, which is why here in Fujian, you used to have like 1,500 arable land, and now you only have like 500. And then now it's much less, and you have like this like huge arable land here. Which, I think Texas used to have, like, arable land of, like, 120 or something, and now it has 500. So, I really like them reworking the arable land in a bunch of places. But you think that migration is too much nerfed, and construction is bugged? Construction is bugged. Or this should definitely overflow into the other means. Because we're kind of just bricking, in a large way. We're paying like way more on government wages for construction workers because we're only getting 75% of our construction. But this is fine. You just double construction and it's like the same thing. It's just everything's a little slower, a little bit smaller, which I think is fine. I would be fine if they slowed down the economy as a whole. I just like, yeah, it's bugged though. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have picked that choice. Alright, so we're gonna come off this. We're gonna reform the government. Ooh, we lost our free reform. That's unfortunate, but we'll take this. We'll confirm, we'll go to laws, and I think that we wanted to do no migration controls. So we'll do that. And we will swap over all of the government admins. Standardized filing, we will check and see if we have insufficient tax capacity. We do not, but we get central archives. I love bureaucracy, except I love tech even more. And we will add here a government administration. Hello, Francisco. How was your dinner? / lunch / breakfast. Probably dinner, because your time zone is not that much different than mine. You know that the private construction's bugged in more than one way? Yeah, apparently it can get bricked entirely, which is not our situation yet. Our situation, we have it is forcing us to actually only use 75% of our construction. I am excited about the change to the construction. I think it's interesting, and I think overall it'll be a good thing for the game, but I do not like bugs. So, I don't like that, I guess. Hopefully Venezuela starts, you know, thinking better of us. We can get this guy once we get a customs union into the market, which is good. And maybe migration seems especially, like, nerfed to me right now because I have weird things going on because of gold, which is a classic Mexico thing. Dinner, yeah. This is my post-workout recovery thing, because I also had a bunch of meat when I got home, but I got home from working out to do this stream. Sweet, found a Victoria streamer. How often do you stream, good sir? Primarily I make videos, and I've just started going back to streaming a little bit, and so this is a bit of a test run. My plan is to try out next week streaming at 5:30 PST on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then depending on how that goes, in terms of viewers relative to like my videos, I might keep doing it or I might stop doing it. So how often do I stream? Currently not a lot, but it's more of a test when I make a bunch of videos. You think it's more enjoyable and realistic, the construction changes? Yeah, I mean, they definitely, like, hamper the player, but, like, the game is so easy right now, I could use some hampering. It's 0:15 a.m., yeah. So you're 3 hours ahead. I live in California. I live, like... Just double checking. So if this is, like, San Diego, or this is LA, so I live, like, around here. Oh, these guys just back down. Perfect. I think that what we will do here is now just annex them. Conquer state. 17.5 is kind of a lot. So the question is do we have another profitable war we want to be declaring in the near future? I think the answer is no. I'm not really sure. I guess we could just puppet them though, and then puppet Orange. This seems fine too. So let's just make a puppet. No one can really stop us here. We'll just mobilize this guy, put him on the front. I do think we do want to start switching. After this war, we will swap our PMs to better military PMs. And hopefully this works out well. Tragic. Too real. Our people are dying of opioids? Classic. The real simulation. We have a political leader die. We are on the lookout for a communist, because we do want to go... We have a vanguardist here, who we are bolstering, but we really want to go Council Republic way earlier than would be otherwise reasonable, because this will make best use of the bugged construction, because we get most control of it other than traditionalism. Traditionalism actually might be really good, because it gives you 75% control, and apparently when you get rid of all the peasants, you completely brick the private construction queue. And so, yeah. Here we could get rid of a consumption tax and then lower how much we're paying because we're over on the authority. I think I'm interested in that. Raising concerns? Yeah, you're telling me. We're fine kind of messing with the armed forces a little bit. Are these guys gonna join? Are they gonna pop off? They're minus 75 fearful, so probably not. So we will just puppet Transvaal, and we of course can declare a new interest now. I think we'll go... Why do we not have a native interest here? Okay, we're gonna go here. Apparently we didn't finish this state, so we will come back to colonization here. You think they could solve the problem adding more needs for pops and a little nerf pool contribution? Adding more needs to pops, like having more consumer goods? But nerfing pool contribution, you can nerf it a little bit. I think I like it being really strong, but I definitely want to see more population goods in the game. I was looking at like a mod that made like newspapers and magazines. I think that'd be a neat good that you can have also affect how politically active your pops are or something like this. Like, this mechanic seems really cool. Also, default and Civil War break construction queue. Oh, like completely? Like 1.2, they break it or they just turn it off temporarily? I guess I will be careful not to Civil War then. Luckily, if you are intentionally trying to avoid a civil war, it's pretty easy. We have a ton of extra convoys, so we should actually try and find a good trade route. So let's look at the highlights tab, yay, and find something we can import. I don't hate importing glass. I would really like to import the inputs. We're importing a ton of iron from them, and somehow it's unprofitable. I wonder what did that. But we will delete this. I guess we built a ton more iron. So let's see what's expensive in our market and try and see if we can solve this. I guess we'll be building a lot of tooling workshops and engines for now. We do, I think you guys, yeah. Now where do we have the engines here, I think? Although engines generally aren't very good, like PM-wise. We will actually turn on privately owned on all of our other buildings. Except for the engines. Although if our queue is going to break... Never mind, we're not going to do this. Because if our queue is going to break, eventually, getting investment pool contributions is actually not useful. We'll just do whatever here. We see that... I like that they have this here, too. I like that UI change. We have a revolution brewing. Foreign constipation. I mean, competition. So it looks like we're getting bricked here either way. We're going to take this, and we're going to come off the no migration controls passing attempt. And we're going to take a look at what we can pass here. I think it's going to be a whole lot of not much we're interested in. Generally speaking, we're more interested in these guys over here. Really interested in the trade unionists, which is why we're bolstering them. I suppose we could pass poor laws relatively easy. Who all likes poor laws? Is it just... and the trade unions like it. I do want to get on private health insurance. And that is not something people oppose. It will be very good later on. It's useful for us to change to command economy. I was thinking just council republic, but you might be right with the command economy. Better taxes for us. We can do better taxes, but we have to get the trade unionists in power. Currently, we're on per capita, and so we would prefer proportional, but you seize the investment... Oh, yeah, that is true. We seize it entirely, the investment pool, when we go... what is it called? Command economy? I actually just made a video on my other YouTube about why command economies are bad. Or, not why command economies are bad, it's why, it's on the SAI pencil. And the guy's argument is, look, just the production of a pencil requires 1 million people, and you can't possibly hope to do this in a command economy, which is why you need the free market. And I did a video on his essay. A little bit, kind of. I also am not, like... I think issues are complicated. And people act like they're simple, and they're not. In terms of IRL economic stuff. In terms of the game, stuff is relatively straightforward. Although I was having a discussion earlier this stream on, like, timing for focusing on clothing versus tools, and this, the viewer was pretty insistent that tools were, like, kind of always better than clothes. And I felt that when you finish mechanized workshops, often it's better to go more clothes-oriented for at least a little while. Because the PM's just so good. But, I mean, you know, the small sample size of games, like, we're pretty close to 500 hours Victoria 3 played, but that's still not enormous sample size. Looks like we're starting to decrease radicals. I'm guessing it's mainly from standard living. A successful political movements. Alright, alright, alright. And this support for poor laws is going to be nice because we're going to go that. So things are coming along quite nicely. We are starting to deficit spend a lot. So we might have to turn off the steel building, steel frame construction. Kind of don't want to though. Let's take a look at what our government queue looks like. We have the bit of glass. We have the arts academy. We have the tooling workshops and motor industries. Yeah, I mean the tools are really expensive in the market right now. So, and the PMs are pretty efficient. So we definitely do want to kind of encourage the tooling workshops. Really we kind of just bricked this area, which really sucks. We were hoping the migration would just like pull a bunch of pops to the area, but this does not seem to be the case. And we just can't employ anything, you know, except for some of the government buildings. So like, we would love to just be constructing. We move the capital here. All right, we finally get our obligation from them, so we can invite them to customs. I love that it now shows when you can get people in. But we're going to invite them. I don't think we're close to protectorating them. We don't have a super big military, so we're going to stop bankrolling them, try and save a little bit of cash. Can't pull these guys in. Venezuela kind of hates our guts. A little bit. Definitely want to invite them. So what we can do to make them not cautious is we can do a bunch of trade with them. So let's take a look at their market and see what they need and see what we can do. So we can export to them paper, luxury furniture, luxury clothes, and clothes. Let's do that. The UI for doing this, for focusing exports to a single person, kind of sucks still, which I was kind of disappointed at, because this is a play pattern you go through a lot when you're trying to just increase volume of trade with a specific person. But it's whatever, I guess. I don't know. Or it is what it is, rather. So now we're going to look at Venezuela, and let's see what's cheap. So coffee, sugar, wine, boom booms, but not enough boom booms. Coffee, sugar, wine. Alright. Coffee, imports. Sugar. We're exporting sugar, I think. But this will allow us to, it's just arbitrage, right? Sugar and wine. So we got wine here. Where's sugar? Sugar! I know it's alphabetized, but I don't know the alphabet, so sucks to not know the alphabet. And hopefully this brings them up off of cautious for a while. Or in a while. And we can siphon off pops from them, yay! Except our SO is not tremendously high. We have been working on getting it up though, but we're having a hard time getting it up, if you know what I mean. It's like comfortably pushing over here. So we will finish puppeting them soon. I think we're pretty good on the infamy level. We will, of course, want to find another war that's pretty productive. Probably just vassalizing Iran, hey? Still think this is a really nice, soft place to expand. Ah, yes, we'd forgotten to establish the colonies. Oh, but they're already established? That's interesting. We do want to go the anti-malaria tech kind of in the near future, but let's try and think about where we want our queue to look like. This is not NAT spreading here with identification documents. Gives us taxation. I think actually identification documents might be okay. We do want to try and go Council Republic relatively early, and we also we want to go feminism next. Feminism is really great, and we are just going to push some of these so we can try and go early malaria prevention. Well, let's not queue it, but let's just do this. Spain decides Great Shing. Let's declare neutrality here. Kind of don't want messages. Something I was thinking about is we're gonna declare neutrality here, but if it's your own play, this button is switch sides, and I think I did this in my Syria run. I accidentally switched sides to the other side. This is one reason I really don't want to play on Iron Man mode right now, because you can very easily just brick your entire run by accidentally clicking switch sides on any war that's like a revolution inside your economy. And so like, man oh man, do you never want to do that, I guess. Like, I don't know. I think it bricks going, even considering going that. Don't think we want to colonize those right now. I think we could colonize there though. Oh, we don't have them integrated. Alright, and so now we go poor laws. which are supported by both the movement and the industrialists, so that should pass through pretty quick. And we really need more administration. Let's build it up in Mexico, I guess, because Mexico has a lot of pop. And also here, because we're building a little bit here. It needs misclick notification on the switching plays. I agree. But it needs, like, a flashing lights misclick notification. I don't know. Like, for me, just this one thing, wow, Warship's Breakdown, just this one feature alone makes me, like, really not want to do any sort of Iron Man run. It's just absolutely terrifying. Because you could just, like, you just lose your entire run. I don't know. I'm not with it. We're gonna need a lot more glass and tools if we want to expand construction some more. Another thing I really don't like, they took away our massive button. So now we can't just click the button. Didn't realize the UK had dominion over them. Silly Transvaal should just capitulate. One thing I really do love about 1.2 so far, if there's no way a guy wins a war, they capitulate way faster, which is really nice. In fact, I've complained about world conquest not being possible, and people have disagreed with me, and this is fine. I'm probably mistaken. It just hasn't been in the cards for me. I really want to do a Greece world conquest run, so I might try and do that. Of course, the reason for going Greece is because it's like the same color as the ocean, so the entire map will basically look the same color. Factories to farms completed. Road to progress. I think that we don't really want the industrialists super strong. We're going to go loyalists from standard living increases. This is kind of a weird idea that I don't want the industrialists really strong, but I think we need to go trade unionists, vanguardists, communism as fast as possible because of the construction pool transfer bug. And the fact that they just don't use the bloody fucking... Or, well, they do use all the investment pool, but, like... Actually, for that reason, like, I don't know. We should swap these over right now, but we'll have to swap them over later, but... I don't know, it is what it is. Can't swap that. I have to imagine this PM's not... Well, it's barely not efficient, but it will allow us to be privately owned. I think that actually the ammo, I like to stay on privately owned, and same with that. Cool. So now I guess we puppet Orange. This is kind of the lazy thing where we don't like really think about what war is going to be good. But I mean, I think that's a very reasonable war. And then we kind of just like have everything locked in our head regarding this, and we don't have to think about this region again. So let's just make him a puppet. Maybe we should have saved beforehand, so we can get bricked by great power joining. Don't puppet. I want to puppet to gain less infamy from the war. You gain about, I think it's roughly 70% total infamy, puppet annex versus just straight up annex. We'll come back to them and annex them later though. Oh, they're in our customs union? I hate this bug too, where it's in the customs union and then you can change them to the customs union. It's like, that's not how that works. Looks like, let's take a look at how Texas's pop is doing. Still growing slow. The nerfs hurt. The truth hurts. Which one of these is making the glass? I think that we want to build a couple construction centers where we're building glass here. And I think we have this on auto expand. Yeah, so that's good. They're importing fertilizer from us in the CSA, so that's nice. I think eventually we want to try and get them in a customs union, but we are a minor power and they are a major power, so not too close on that front. We really just had a lot of our early construction just bricked by the fact that migration is not working very well. Crazy that these can't employ. These, oh, it's starting to get a little employment here in California. California. So that must mean they solved the infrastructure problem. They did. Because they finally fully employed the one place with railroads. We had a general die, it appears. So let's recruit one. Our, like, generals and fronts and whatever are a hot mess. We will delete the barracks here, though. Like, once this war pops off, we're going to switch to skirmish infantry. We keep saying that we're going to, but I keep forgetting. Chat can remind me, but they got dinner to eat. Let's check the prices in our markets. Are going to want to try and bring... Engines are going to be generally hard to bring down, but tools we can definitely bring down. So I guess we just keep working the tools for a while. Just kind of set that in the queue and forget about it a little bit. I think we go up to speed 4 here. We have core laws. And we can come back and try no migration controls. Maybe this will help for other countries trying to migrate in, even though we're not discriminating against anyone, so in theory it doesn't do anything. Actually, because in theory it doesn't do anything, I'm not going to do anything about it. We do want to go on to contest, whatever, liberties. We can go censorship if we wanted to, but I don't think we want to. Aranje backs down, so I will elect not to forget to swap to skirmish. Some aboriginal mass migration. Hell yeah, brother. Now we will want to find another war. We are currently sitting at 13.7 infamy, so we can get, what is it, 11.3 without being hyper infamous. So this is why we didn't just annex Aranje. So now we can declare a little bit of a bigger war. I think we got to think bigger picture, though, what we're trying to accomplish here. And maybe taking Congo is good here because we can get a higher surface area in terms of colonization with our other strategy of, you know, relatively early going malaria prevention. This is one thing we could do. We could also just, you know, continue to take stuff over here. This is also fine. I think we can just do both. So let's move the... Oh, no, we got to keep the interest there. So I guess we will not be... Because we got some of these got to complete. So we will not be going after Congo directly right away. Instead, we can go after Booligan if we want. And we can puppet them. Will only be 2 infamy. Dutch East Indies may side with the enemy. Kind of don't want to fight Dutch East Indies. I mean, I think we can win that fight, but let's take a look here. We could puppet these guys and annex them, or we could just straight up annex them. Might prefer the straight up annex. Congo and Brunei, says Francisco. I agree. We don't have an interest in the Congo. Otherwise, I think going Congo first would be good. But I think we don't want to accrue so much infamy out here in Brunei, given that what we're... Or Brunei? Yeah, okay. So we could either puppet them or just conquer state. I think we'll do the puppet. I don't like the Dutch East Indies side potential is the only thing. So I want to wait until... I guess we'll just wait a little bit and then do it puppet. because I want to let my own PM wind up on the skirmish infantry, so I don't get caught with my pants down fighting the Dutch East Indies with a PM I just swapped to. Alright, we get, let's see, workers' protections, old age pension, feminism, etc. Kind of don't want to run this deficit as a minor power. I think major power, it would be a little bit better, but we are not looking to run a huge negative. We do need more government administrations. We'll just put a few down. And I think in February we'll declare on Brunei. Because we will have to fight, or actually Banjar might not get pulled in with the Dutch East Indies, so maybe we just won't have a front, so maybe it's just not much of a problem. I think we go puppet though. We will have to fight more wars overall, but I think we want to annex the Congo, so let's puppet these guys. Just to be sensitive to the infamy factor. Yeah, man, this has been such a cock block. The only getting 75% of our construction. And on top of that, like, apparently, like, it gets uber bricked when you run out of peasants. Dutch East Indies does side with them. I think what we'll do in Mexico, in that case, is increase, build a couple more barracks. Do we have... No, we don't have better PM. I think that there are no fronts. Oh, we do have a live front. So this might be very uncomfortable. So this means we can also take a look. We can liberate a couple. I don't think this is good. Transfer subject. All these are really subjects? Wow. The AI is so much more aggressive. This is a very aggressive Dutch East Indies. But I don't mind transferring to Dor or something like this. This isn't too much infamy. Why is it so little infamy? Of course, it's going to be impossible to... Nope, we can get over here. Population of the target and... Oh, ho, ho! So it used to be, the way it was calculated was based on... Dutch East Indies was a major power, and we would get their modifier, not the Tidor unrecognized power. But it's just like as if we tried to puppet Tidor. Probably cooperative. I don't like command economy very much. Not because I think it's bad, but because the level of micromanagement required. I think we just take everything. We take the bag. Oh, they are 75 fearful, though, even with the Dutch East Indies. So I guess we have to take the bag and make it primary war goal. So let's take the door. And we can't add it to primary. Okay, so... we'll go for Dutch East Indies war reps, I guess. But they are likely, very, very likely to back down. That's a bit unfortunate. That we can't make these primary. It also makes an enormous amount of sense. We're going to wait for it to get a little bit closer. I guess the United States is giving us quite a bit of power in our place. I'm just thinking how badly we want to add stuff. I mean, we don't think this goes through, so we don't want to add anything more than accrues infamy other than transfer to door, which I don't think we even wanted to add. We could ban slavery. Yeah, Brunei backs down. Unfortunate. So we do incur a little bit of infamy that we didn't have to off of trying to transfer to door. But this is... Overall, this is okay. I guess we go after Booligan now. And just try and puppet them. Or maybe Sulu, Wessie. Of course, we can move that guy there. We won't commit anyone else. Don't really need anyone else. I forget we did want to take Honduras. So maybe we come back to that. And then we go Congo. Congo's going to be a little pricey, but we get an obligation from Venezuela, it looks like. They're still cautious, so we will absolve the obligation to make them friendly. And then next time, Netherlands sides with Sulu. Well, we will then mobilize everything and put it on the front. The singular front. And we cannot make stuff primary war goals on the Netherlands. So we will not demand anything of the Netherlands that, you know, that incurs infamy. But liberating the Dutch East Indies does not incur infamy, and then also war reps does not. We will have to land them to enforce this, but I think this war doesn't pop off. And I think if it does, this might be okay. Netherlands declares rivalry. Well, you know, right back at you. I would not mind floating a little extra Diplo. I think rivaling Portugal is also fine. So we can keep good relations over here. Actually, rivaling Honduras would be really good because we want to fight them anyways. So let's rival Honduras. Didn't realize we could. Probably should be a little bit more attentive. Why not conquer? Because puppeting incurs... I think like 60% of the infamy, and then you pay 10%, an additional 10% when you full annex. So overall, it's like 70% of the infamy. And I want to stay under 25 infamy. And so knowing that I want to conquer Congo, Congo's like about 10 infamy, so I'll have to let it decay. Yes, boost our industries further, which is why I'm not conquering. Also, I don't like desperately like want the territory necessarily, so I don't mind waiting 5 years to get it at a little bit less infamy, so that we can stay nice looking guys, so we can do stuff like pulling, you know, these guys into our market. But 2 wars? Sure, you have to fight 2 wars, but it's not that big a deal. It's like, if you want to stay under 25 infamy, you're gonna have times when you want to declare a war that only accrues like 1 infamy. And so the secondary war of annexing is a good war for that. I understand it's 2 wars to do it like this, but it's going to make it cost... Just annexing them also would have been fine, just to be fair. But I'm thinking that this war, I would rather have this war cost 2 infamy instead of 4. Mainly because I want to kind of conquer Congo sometime soonish. Sulawesi backs down. And in order to conquer Congo, like once I finish here and can declare another interest, which I think is now, I don't want to go over 25 infamy. And Congo is going to be about 10, so I would rather have 2 less infamy from this war with Sulawesi. And like, I don't think I get a big bonus of what I get from them is just incorporating their pops into the market, so that I kind of siphon off the pops. You see, like, there's 1 logging camp, and some of these, and I could switch these to better PMs if I annexed, but these goods are still be in the market, and I'll still be able to siphon off pops from them. And so it's... I mean, I think it would have been if... I don't think it's a misplay to annex, but I think I prefer this way a little bit, is what I'm saying. More than anything. Like, I don't think... I think annexing would have been fine there, as well. But that's why I did it like that. Maybe if I didn't want to declare war on Congo, like, knowing that I want to do it soon, I would have just annexed, because now you could set you can set all the provinces. So normally you always puppet Sulawesi and then annex. So what's changed in 1.2 is normally you would puppet Sulawesi and annex because they have 3 provinces, and so they always back down when you try and do it, and so you actually end up having to take 3 wars to annex them all. But in 1.2 you could set them all to primary war goals, which would mean you could annex them all in 1 war and they can't just back down to avoid it, which is really nice. The one state minor was who you were talking about? For Brunei? Yeah, it also would have made sense to annex Brunei. Like, the logic is exactly the same for both of them. But here, we want to actually... Ooh, this is cheaper than it normally is. But we actually want to full-on conquer Congo. And the reason being is we want to have them in less than 5 years, I think. For when we start researching malaria prevention so that we can start colonizing here immediately. And so it's a little bit different. And this will cost 8 infamy, which means we can do it without going over 25. So, we will do that. Now, who can join? Great Britain, France, Portugal, Spain. We're going to save just in case. In case, there's a really high chance Portugal wants to join. Just in case we get something different. I think we can fight Portugal. I don't think we can fight the other guys. Although we're starting to come up in things, so we're having a little bit of a come up. Of course, maybe we're constructing a little bit too much. What are our construction good costs? We're spending quite a bit on iron. Let's see if we can make iron a little bit cheaper in our market. Oop, gotta make the gold. But of course, wherever we have the most labor, we're going to add a couple iron mines. And we have negative infrastructure available in Mexico. I think that should mean it's auto-expanding anyways, but we will just bop it ourselves by hand. Spain signs with the Congo. Well, we saved so that we could reload, but I think we actually might be able to fight Spain. Because we could just land the Congo. It does mean that they're not going to back down, though. But I think we can just add... We don't want to do anything that incurs infamy. We can liberate the Philippines. I don't hate this. I think I want to go for war reps no matter what, and I think I'm just going to save my maneuvers in case something weird happens. I cannot colonize Navajo. And this is an interesting thing. The reason I cannot colonize Navajo is because the United States, which is no longer adjacent to Navajo, has a claim on Navajo, and they have an interest in the region, which is a new mechanic where if a country has an interest in the region and also has a claim on it, you cannot colonize there. So if we take a quick look, I cannot colonize here. You cannot colonize here because the following countries have claims and maintain interests that are there in the United States of America, which is why, remember, I couldn't colonize in South America when we initially tried to do it. It's for the same reason, unfortunately. So I think we just have just this one. Looks like there's no... Yeah, this is fine. The war goal's gonna go off. We're gonna just land them and probably annex them pretty soundly. Most likely. We'll see how things shake out. We have a ton of extra convoys here, though. So I do want to run some more trade routes. I just don't know what we can trade. I guess we go to highlights, right? And goods with considerable import demand. And I really don't want to... Well, I don't mind importing liquor. I just... Let's actually just try and export fertilizer, I guess. No, I want a menu. Yeah, there we go. So the Argentine market will take it. That seems good. The Brazilian market will take it. And the Australian market will take it. And we have a trade agreement with them. And the Confederate market will take it. So we'll just export to everyone here. And we will do our naval invasion here on the Congo with our 8 stack. And I guess we'll just wait. We should be able to land and then enforce pretty comfortably. Yeah, so it is our subject. It still doesn't let us colonize. And we took, like, the remnants of New Mexico or Utah, I can't remember which, that were allowing them to colonize at the beginning. We get a communist party. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. that is really painful, that that shift. I really hate when an election pops, you just go to super illegitimate instantly as a result of shifts in clout and votes or whatever. Also, Philippines is rightful Mexican clay, and I don't say it ironically. Why is Philippines rightful Mexican clay? I do feel like there were people there when... Ooh, momentum the Communist Party. But the Communist Party is not going to win, so we're going to take this one, I think. We're decaying. We have an illegitimate government. Yeah, I know. I mean, it depends what you mean by legitimate. So, it's tough. Like, you can make a very strong argument that the United States land is all illegitimate. Or you can make, I think, a reasonable claim that it's legitimate. So, I think you can kind of argue it, swing it either way. But that's the United States. Specifically, blunder. We love to see it. Rapid advance. Why does it look like a retreat? I don't know. So, looks like we're going to get in here. We're going to get the Congo pretty comfortably. The Mexican... Ooh, they are landing us. So we will mobilize these guys so that they can sit at home and try and prevent any little... Yeah. The AI is much more competent now, it seems. France ended their embargo with Great Britain. Interesting. And I guess we'll set our other admiral to... he's patrolling coast, so he's doing his thing. It was under the jurisdiction... So, Philippines was under the jurisdiction of the viceroyalty of what we call Mexico. Okay, so it's more legitimately Mexico's than it is Spain's, is your argument? Not, it's more legitimately Mexico's than it is the Philippines'. If I understand your meaning. Yikes. This AI is not messing around. So I think, since this is landing on our capital, and we will get enforced on pretty quick if things do not improve, I think we do this. Although, I think we enforce first, but this is going to be uncomfortable. A little bit. Free trade party, and this guy gets Dove. So we can get Jingoist rhetoric, which makes everyone who's in the government happier. Or we could add to the free trade party and make this guy lose popularity. I mean, the agrarian party is not helping us right now, but... Oh, he gets minus popularity either way. So we can either... we'll just do this. I think the free trade party is going to win, so them getting more votes is better. If they're going to win anyways. I think that we will set this to raid convoys here. Why is there no hostile supply network yet? Is it because the landing hasn't succeeded? It looks like it's going to. So we're about to get a right and proper shellacking. No, what you mean is that when the Spanish divide their colonies, it gives the new Spain, Mexico, authority over the Philippines. Yes, but are you... Sorry, this came up. So it's more properly Mexican clay than Spanish clay, if I take your meaning correct, which that seems reasonable to me. I also think it might be more righteously Filipino clay than either of the two, but that's a different type of thing or type of discussion to make, right? Who deserves the clay? Also, like, I don't think the United States should all just, like, leave and return all the land to, we'll go this, but man, does this hurt. We'll go guaranteed libs here. You could, like, I think you could make an argument they should leave everything to the Native Americans, but I don't think that the argument's extremely strong. We will do the trade agreement, and we will check our bankroll, our lowly bankroll. Who's not yet friendly with us. Oh, they get it bugged out front, so they all leave. Aw. Poor guys. It's unfortunate for them. Really hate how this happens sometimes, where, like, they just spontaneously leave the front, so they just lose. And now we will have, this guy controlling the coast here, so we're not going to get landed again. Yeah, I see what you mean. Of course, but in the game you have to have realistic justification to transfer subject. That makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I'm not necessarily trying to get hyper geopolitical in terms of Victoria 3 discussions, although it, like, is not out of the... It also makes sense to do a little bit. We will swap some of these over. I think we're... How much are we paying on subs? A decent amount on subsidies. So when the subsidies start to get high, switching to rail is really nice. Because it makes transportation... There'll be a higher demand for transportation, which makes all the buildings... Makes them more profitable, which makes it so you have to pay less. We will enact the steam donkeys on those. And just on those. And then we will, of course, make these fishing trawlers and publicly traded. We're probably looking to expand construction sometime soon. Is this radical? Antonio Fernandez de Valle of the trade unions is rapidly gaining popularity amongst the people. The radical socialist message he espouses. Blah, blah, blah. Super. More than happy for him to gain popularity. We love to see the women's suffrage. And we're almost done here. As long as we don't get landed in the back, I assume. That would be kind of wild. I guess that's maybe what Spain should have done. Gonna let this bring us out of a deficit. But after that happens, we will get a native uprising. I think we'll move this 5-stack over there. Wherever there is. Really like the changes to native uprisings, where you don't just automatically annex everything. I always thought that was really dumb. CSA, how are you doing? Can we get you the customs union? No. Because you're a bigger power than us. That also makes sense. Can we use some of our Diplo product? Oh, we're floating a ton of extra authority with the new person in power. I didn't even notice this. That's on me. I think we tax porcelain and the luxury clothes. Now we are gonna expand construction. I love how this gives so much more information now, because it's telling us how much people are getting taxed, and a big part of the consumption taxes is you're trying to tax the richer people, and so, like, I assume that as we put in that tax... Actually, let's check it. So 7.2% right now. Let's remove this. Is this gonna drop? I guess maybe we have to wait for the Monday. And it drops instantly. So this is fantastic here. We can very transparently see, like, how our tax system as it stands, like with the consumption taxes, taxing, the reason we're able to extract wealth out of, you know, the upper rung pops is because we tax the goods that they're consuming primarily. And also why taxing grain is, like, regressive is demonstrated pretty obviously by this, you know, and it's responsive and, like, all this type of stuff. So good. So good. You say that you think I could establish a new colony. I can. I don't want to do in the high malaria areas, and this is the only place I can do it right now. And I am colonizing over here, and there is a cap to the colonization speed. So we do enforce here, though. I don't want to do it yet, but I want to do it soon. We will switch this to cargo ports. Of course, we are running a bunch of extra convoys, so let's look and see if we can try and... Okay. We want to... Let's get rid of the trade routes that are inefficient. Although, I think we should have left the fabric one. I would like to... Oh my god. The UI is kind of a little bit busted up. I would like to... Well, I guess we could import more engines. Let's import engines from the Austrians. We have a trade agreement with them. This is fine. And I would like to import coal and make coal cheap, which we can from the Italians and the Austrians. And I would like to import iron and make iron cheap. It's kind of already a little bit cheap, but I would like to make it cheaper, which we can get from the British, the French, the Confederates, the Austrians, and the Italians. And then I would like to import fabric from as many as I can to make it as cheap as possible. Actually, this I would like to import to make as cheap as possible, which we can get the Italians and the Austrians. I think we'll just do those two, because we do have concerns about bureaucracy. We have a trade agreement with the Austrians and the French, I think. And then I want to import this. And not a lot of people. Okay, that's fine. And then I want to import... Wood is a little bit, but I think that this is more what we want to import. And can't really import it too well. What about softwood, I guess? Let's just check and see what the prices look like. Okay. And I'm mainly trying to, we're trying to transition to being a little bit more industrial, so I'm mainly trying to import inputs. Now we can produce dyes, but we could also just import dyes. So we'll go from Peru, Bolivia, and Argentina, and maybe look to pull these guys into our markets and diplo-annex them over the near future. And we'll also go, well, we would have gone French if it was profitable, but it's not. We are number 5 producer of dyes, though, so we can continue to make dyes ourselves. And let's take a look here in the construction queue. What are we building? Francisco asks, I meant in South Sudan, but you don't have an interest. Yeah, I need to have an interest in... I guess I could... Here, I probably should declare an interest there, because now we have this here in the Congo. And so I think you are correct that that is a good place to declare an interest. We can't without the interest, but we have a free interest. We could use this interest to try and get better trade routes, but once we... I think it's fine to like colonize and get stuck in there a little bit. Can we pay the bureaucracy? Yeah, I think we can. It's a little uncomfortable, but I think we can swing it. And then we will add a couple... Let's see if we're running tax... Nope, we do not have a tax thing. So we will do this, and then we will look where we have the most labor. We would see Yucatan, we will build one. We'll build a couple there. They're going to need it eventually, because they have a lot of people. And also the people can readily employ there. Now, we are trying to get tools cheap. So... we'll do some of that, even though they're auto-expanding. This is kind of where we want to be on. Do want to build the glass out a little bit where we have the glass auto-producing. Okay, we are, and then these are not very profitable. They're not auto-expanding, which is a bit unfortunate. Ooh, what's this? We will just white piece them out. I forgot that we demanded... I don't think we're... yeah, we're not fighting for... yeah. I don't think we're actually landing them. Oh, we... yeah, okay. We want them to leave, so we just click unfortunate and it's good. Because we want them to leave. We want them to go to Texas. We do see that we have a ton more of this... South Dakota is probably going to need a rail to support all that. Nope, they're not. Okay, well, we'll just build the mines there. Who are the great powers? Sorry, I meant to answer this question. The great powers currently are Great Britain, France, Austria, Russia, Italy, and Prussia. The major powers are, well, they're unrecognized regional or major power. Then the CSA, Spain, and we are close to getting up there. Egypt's more powerful than us, but they're unrecognized, and so we're kind of, you know, we're doing all right. Let's sort by this. You know, this is kind of where we're at, where things are. If we sort by GDP, we're coming up quite a bit. We still have a lot of work to do, though. A lot of it is we're just way slower because this is buggy. You know, if we take a look up here, the private construction, well, the private construction's doing all right. You know, what's been wild to me is how many rails they built. I really don't like them building the railway in East Borneo, though. That's not, because they can very easily overbuild the rails. We get a proposal for trade agreement from Venezuela. We will, of course, say yes. We're trying to pull them into the customs union, which seems to indicate to me that they've swapped to doing this, so we're going to invite them to the customs union and then stop bankrolling them. I don't think we can protect them very easily. Actually, we're kind of close. If they get off to defend the borders, we would be able to do it. Yeah, so maybe we maintain the bankroll on them. And try and see what we could do. Silly AI. Yeah, basically. The AI is not the brightest. I think the cat might be at my door. It looks like we can run another consumption tax here, though. Or we could come off of a consumption tax and bolster somebody or suppress somebody. Do we have another communist? It doesn't look like we have another communist. Otherwise, I think this would be fine. So I guess we'll just add another consumption tax. We will take a look here. So they're paying 7% in taxes. And let's see what happens after we tax. We could also see transparently, like, okay, so if we tax porcelain and luxury goods, so they're paying 7%. Now when we put this in, let's see how much they're paying now. After the Monday tick, of course. We get guaranteed lives, very nice. And now they're paying 8.5%. Yeah, let's go, baby. We, of course, will increase guaranteed libs by a bit. It is very, very strong. Oh, we have public education, it looks like. I think we want private education. So maybe this is a good time to do it. Let's switch to private schools. Long term, it's a little bit better. And if we're going to nuke the industrialists, we want to switch to private institution first. Oof, the communists die and trade unions will want to join the agrarian party. Really? I didn't even notice that. Fuck, dude. That sucks. I hate when the communist dies. There's like nothing you can do to like try and make it better. I don't know. Other than I guess just forcing them in the government and then forcing it through. I guess so. We'll probably have to try and go wealth voting or something a little bit earlier than we otherwise would to try and, you know, get a little bit more clout into like the trade unions and stuff. Let's accept. We get the colonization rights. First you get the money, then you get the women, then you get the colonization rights. And we do have an interest up here, so now we can colonize, as you had pointed out. Of course, I really hate that once you fight a war, you have to re-up the colonization now. I mean, I'm certain that that's considered a bug. Great Britain colonized Gabon. I think that we will be wanting to go malaria prevention after this. It takes 4 years, but being the first to discover malaria prevention is really strong. And I think that we are running a huge like surplus here. I think we're going to want to increase you know, the number of unis. And I guess we're just going to do it in Mexico for the economies of scale throughput bonus, primarily speaking. A little bit rough. I think we can start looking to swap the PMs on some of our construction centers. Let's go. We're probably building the most. We're building a lot in Oaxa, but Oaxa we don't have. What is this? I think... I think we're building a decent amount there, so we'll go steel frame. And then try and adjust you know, what we need. Really expensive tools, engines, and steel. So we will try and bring that down. Tools, we will expand. Let's start expanding in the Yucatan as well. Having stuff local seems to be strong. And what was the other one? Glass. So we'll do one in Mexico. Where else did we have glass? We had it somewhere else. Durango. And then we will come here and take a quick look. We do have the rails already. And we'll turn your construction center up. And hopefully things start picking up a little bit in regards to construction. We went from like 200-ish to 239. Can probably look here for another war. We're at 7.5 infamy. So if you change to private school and health and insurance, you increase your chances. Increase the chances of what? Does that, are you talking about the chances of getting a communist? Can we declare another interest yet? Not yet. We, this place is still resisting full employment. Just trying to get there. You want me to look up? Not sure what I'm looking for. There is like a 40-second delay between when you type something and when, or sorry, between where I'm at and where you're at. You're talking about this? We want to go private schools. Look up on the chat. Okay. Oof. The communists died, trade unions want to join the agrarian party. So if you change to private school and health insurance, you increase the chances of trade unions wanting to join the agrarian party. Is that what you're talking about? They're probably going to want to join the liberal party, I think, with a moderate ideology. Maybe if they were pacifist, they'd want to go the other way, or join the laborist party, maybe. We go private schools. We do want to pass this eventually. But let's try and see if we can get in a different voting system. No on the voting system. We do not want to radicalize, but we want to move this as quickly as possible. I guess while voting is the fastest we can currently do. The Industrialists actually like it. So this will help to empower everyone, especially, well, it'll help to empower the common people. You can't empower everyone because it's always relatively. I think you are correct that I can't see the comment, whatever it is, but that is concerning for me because I would like to see the setting. I have it set to top chat instead of live chat. Let's set it to live chat. That's my mistake. Okay. I think this chances to spawn a communist when there's negative legislation. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. This, of course, it makes sense as a mechanic, but also a lot of times there's more subtle mechanics that, like, how should I say, when you're speculating with the way that a system works, or when anyone is, people often give too much credit to the devs for making a nuanced game rather than just it being simplistic and just being random. But you were correct. Regressive legislation helps to spawn communist leader. Well, technically, public schools is, or private schools is regressive. Let's take a look at what we want to do now, because we kind of want to declare a war. We do have a native interest here, so now let's see if we can come into Sulawesi and maybe annex them. No, we do. Oh, I know what we want to do. We want to annex Honduras. 12 infamy. Yikes, maybe we want to puppet first. Probably want to puppet Honduras then. It's a little rich for my blood. terms of the infamy. But yeah, I am not very used to streaming at this juncture. But I would like to get better at it. So if you have comments in terms of Opium War, if you have comments in terms of like the streaming itself, those are always appreciated. For the Opium War, I don't know what you mean by Opium War. The British won it, if that's what you're talking about. And so they got a piece of Fujian, which is probably a reasonable one. Moving against what the trade unions see correct, that makes sense. But I'm not gonna pass laws I think are bad just to try and provoke them in that way, because I'm not sure if that's how that works. But I think it's very reasonable that that would be how that works. If you know what I mean. I need opium. I'm not using the PMs, so I only have 2 buy orders. And then if I... Have you seen what's going on in America right now? No, I could import opium. I would rather not run the negative opium event, but I do need it eventually to get the PMs going. So I could declare war to try and get opium. Armed Forces Boyo dies. Or to try and get a place where that produces opium, or to try and get into some of this or something like this. Like vassalizing Burma. You think the trade unionists want to join the agrarian party because there's an icon of the party on the side of the file? Oh, because of this? Current affiliation is Communist Party. But you're saying because this icon is the same as the agrarian party, projected to join the agrarian party. Oh, is this new? Is this a new feature of 1.2? I have not noticed this before, but that is neat. I would have suspected they joined the Laborist Party just based on the names. But these two linked up. They still probably can't accomplish too much. Reading and education, you're telling me. Well, we're gonna take the landowner approval. Minus. Conquer Guatemala. Oh, okay, that was their war goal. It's old. I've never noticed it before. But that's interesting, though. Is the tooltip old as well? I guess this is good for knowing who you can put in together, although the auto button is pretty good. I have more of a brute force solving method. Now that we're out of any sort of debt, I think we'll start swapping over some of these centers to steel frame. This one's the big one, the big kahuna. I don't think we can do the big kahuna right now. We'll go Durango. Oh, we already did Durango. Let's do Tejas, which is not fully... Well, we gotta do Tejas last, actually. Because it's the one we're gonna benefit the least from, because there's gonna be no construction in Texas. I think I'm fine. We already have so much enactment chance. I'm fine juicing up the Intelligentsia. Because we kind of want to get the Industrialists out. Because we want to go Council Republic as quickly as possible. Oh, I hope that the chat being whatever only didn't brick anyone's comments from earlier. That would suck if it did. There's a guy who said sweet, yeah. He asked if I stream often, and then that was the only thing he did. Oh, Texas finally gets the migration interaction bonus. The wiki has very complete information on party formation. Yeah, a lot of my information I've gleaned just by playing the game, and so I think that there are definitely holes in my game / like my understanding, because a lot of it's just like firsthand. But I also think that in some ways that's good. Or that my perspectives are going to be a little bit different than necessarily like the mainstream Victoria, because I don't peruse the Reddit probably as often as I should, given that I'm doing the content creation. But yeah. The most interesting thing to me so far about streaming is that a lot of people have insisted that I'm like wrong about something that I'm pretty confident I'm not wrong about, but I'm not 100% sure I'm wrong about, and so, yeah. Alright, let's start annexing these boyos. I love how you can annex with positive relations now. I keep forgetting and I keep damaging relations, but this is such a nice change. We're gonna turn on every... Well, I guess maybe... turn on Jalisco now. And then try and build up a surplus. We're gonna take a look at market prices. We're trying to turn everything on. See, glass is very expensive, glass and steel. And so we don't want to necessarily eat that much glass and steel. Expense. But we're currently producing a ton. So Mexico does need some rails, though. And we get a steel production here, so I guess this is going to be a steel place now. So we're going to expand it to 3. Let's see if we've auto-produced glass anywhere, so that we're going to make a glass place now. I'm going to swap the PMs in these bizzles. And these ones. So we are looking for glass. Has anywhere made... Mexican Colorado, I guess we can set this on auto expand and Sonora. Sure, and we'll just add a couple. So we are trying to bring the glass down. You don't miss it so much, the wiki, except that is the empty. I'm not sure what you mean by the empty. Alright. So we are making a little bit of progress towards eventually going Council Republic, but it doesn't feel like a lot of progress. I do think we want to try and do no well, I feel like this shouldn't do anything. Oh, well, we bricked it now, because we clicked buttons, so we shouldn't have. But, ooh, we have feminists somewhere. Let's go, baby. Who's the feminist? Wait, what? How's it we can do we have a movement for it? We have a movement for property to women, sure. But why is it that we can pass feminism? The Intelligentsia and the trade unions just have a natural interest in it now? This is different. They are market liberal. Nothing about that. They're anti-slavery. Sure. Republican. That's just suffrage and republic. Appointed bureaucrats, public-private schools, total separation, and then they are finally liberal. Liberalism now includes women's suffrage, although they prefer property to women. Hot. That is new. That is a change. Did I puppet or dominion the USA? I puppeted them. I should have probably dominioned them. Actually, well, I'm not sure which one would have been best, because getting the extra money right now, kind of early on, is nice. Love that Ironclad is spreading, so hopefully we can swap both these over when we get both. Apparently we cannot afford a revolution because it bricks our construction. Because of a bug. So gotta keep that in mind. We do have a dead admiral, so we can recruit another one. For whatever reason, I just always want to recruit people who have the negative traits. It's just like looking into the void, I just see the negative traits, I'm like, yes! I should dominion the United States because it can start a diplomatic play against the CSA. Well, so the difference is they can start plays, right? If I dominion them, and they pay me less, and they can also join plays against me if they're a Dominion versus a puppet. It seems to be the case. It seems that puppets never join against you, and Dominions sometimes do join plays against you, which is a bit annoying. But the bigger thing is, I would more expect them to maybe incorporate Indian territory, and this would be nice, rather than fight the CSA, because the CSA is just way stronger than them. Like, all the good states for the United States are in the CSA. Although if they somehow decided to declare war and then I supported them, that would be nice. If that's like something that could happen. I'm keen on like trying to be more aware of that though. That you can dominion someone and have them just clap, let your subject just clap people and expand for you, and you know, allow you to incur less infamy overall through expansion. But we're not paying anything. We're barely making money as it is. Of course. Do have an absolute ton of convoys. Maybe we could import the opium. It's not profitable. We could turn on PMs and then it would be profitable, but we actually don't have too many people. Like, we don't have very much. What? 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 How does that happen? So, this is new. Unrecognized major... I gotta write this down. Unrecognized major powers can now join markets of major great powers. That is a big change. Being able to bring China in your market just completely changes the metagame in terms of like what's valuable and what's important. Because pulling in your market, China in your market's like the biggest fucking thing you can do. Because you get to siphon off all these pops. That is so big. What the fuck? That is nuts. They're not even that far from wanting to join our customs union. They really hate their current customs union. Of course, the problem is a bankroll of them would cost 133k. If I produce weapons, perhaps it will embolden the USA to fight the rebels. And what's the plan when they declare on them and then they just get clapped? Like they have 10 plus 120 and they have 80 plus 500. In fact, maybe we should incorporate them relatively soon. I kind of think we want to vassalize Canada though, but apparently the Great Britain will be unbeatable because of this. So I don't know. I don't know what to make of any of this. So our subjects have started to play against us. This is unfortunate. And we cannot get to that front. So that's just going to go through. That's a little annoying. Unless we can declare on Transvaal. Which I think we can declare... We can declare when we have a rev... Oh, it's a rev brewing, not a... Okay. So we have to annex these guys in order to be able to get into this war. So I guess our next play is annexing Transvaal. Pretty funny, actually. That, like, we're basically forced to do this so we can do anything about the Iran-Hay thing. Although maybe they win that on their own. It looks like it's 0-0, so they might not even have a guy there. If Dominion, you can join the Diplo play. Don't underestimate the UK, not so bright. Well, or don't underestimate you, UK. It's not so bright. Are you saying that the UK should not underestimate me because I'm not so bright, or I should not underestimate the UK because they're not so... Wait. You're saying I overestimate the UK because they're not very bright, but you don't have to be bright when you have Xing in your market. What we would give to have Xing in our market. That's so nuts, dude. They really hate being in the customs union too. It's the value's plus 30 for swapping. I've never seen that. Let's just improve relations and see if we can swap them over. Maybe this is a bug. I don't know. I feel like I liked where the really, really big unrecognized powers could not join markets. I thought that that was... I think that's better balanced. Oh my god, I forgot what tech I got. Was it something this? No. I forgot there's supposed to be a button that you can swap. You can swap all the newly acquired territories to the new PMs or something like this. I don't know where this is at. I really wish that there was like a checkbox like right here where you just auto swap everything to the new PM when you take new territory with the thing. It seems like it wouldn't be that hard to do. I don't know a lot about programming or anything though, but I think we can probably start swapping Steam Donkey on in a couple more places. It will use the coal. The coal's auto expanding, this is fine. Let's actually try and every place that has coal, we're gonna do level 1s and then set it on auto expand. Alright, so it looks like we're gonna have to fight Transvaal and then Oranhe. Okay, what's this? Okay. Yikes. Can't delete these, would love to. Sorry, bad grammar. I don't mean overestimate the UK. I mean don't overestimate it. If they delete the ports, they could blow having Xing in their market. Yeah, I mean like being a player is nice, but like that's just insane. Like you know, it's just disgusting. I don't know. Looks like the value is changing dramatically in terms of how they think about it, because before it was plus 30 and now it's just plus 4. So, but that is a new development that to me is like one of the biggest balance changes. It is wrong, like morally, grammatically, ecumenically, spiritually. Yeah, I'm not sure I'll get there in time. We'll see how that works exactly. Ooh, they joined the Rev. This is a problem. We're only going to take one tick of women's suffrage, and we're just going to only look at this. Because if this goes above 100%, we have to come off of it. Because we don't want to brick our thing. It's a bit unfortunate. That gave me like a panic attack. So I don't want to have high blood pressure, so I think I'm going to come off of women's suffrage. But I know you have to go women's suffrage before you go council republic. Because if you don't have voting, you can't give women women's suffrage. I don't think I want a defensive pact with Brazil. I mean, it would make getting them into the customs union easier. We can actually bankroll them and pull them in relatively easy, except for... Oh, you know what? If they were offering an obligation, I should have accepted there. That was actually kind of a mistake, because then getting them in the customs union, Generally, I don't like defensive pacts. I think they're kind of lackluster in general. Are you sure? Because I think Council Republic does get rid of voting. Oh no, you're right. It's before anarchy. Well, Well, this doesn't radicalize anyone, but part of the reason we can't go to women, right, women in the workplace, is because they're already so mad. So we can make them a little bit madder. Kind of tempted to go protected speech. We are going to be relying for quite some time on, yeah. For quite some time, we will be relying on tech spread to get a lot of tech. So, especially with this little maneuver here, where we're going malaria prevention before we get rid of all the malices. Yeah. Hopefully we can get in around in time. Wait for suffrage, definitely. I actually just like never go anarchy. I think anarchy is booty. Someone was trying to tell me it was okay, but I just think it's the minus 50% authority is not worth something that's main effect is helping to make the certain IGs powerful and also have super high legitimacy. So to me it just seemed like not a tenable or worth it trade-off. We've been getting bonuses off these guys. This is super nice, though, where we're at kind of now. Trying to get the trade unionist up a bit. I think maybe we do go easier suffrage. Census. Can we go universal without these guys having a heart attack? We'll radicalize two groups, and the industrialists will really hate our guts. I guess we don't want the industrialists to hate our guts. We're kind of enjoying their bonus right now. So we could do this, and this will just kind of make them mad. And just slowly try and creep it forward. Because Intelligentsia will not want women's suffrage because you have women's... Oh, yeah, you're right. You're 100% right. Because they won't... They will no longer support the swap to universal suffrage. If I were to, for the people who are not quite following exactly what's going on. If I swap to women in the workplace first, the Intelligentsia, because they prefer women in the workplace, won't support the swap to women's suffrage unless they're feminist. So this will brick our ability to easily get women's suffrage. Oh, does this not give us a front? This is stupid right here. We do not have a front with the Ranhe until we annex these guys. It seems. New Granada decided they hate our guts, which kind of sucks. We will... Or did they just leave? They went to join Russia's market. We're going to try and bankroll them and try and get them to like us, but this is not looking good. I don't think they liked all the hanky-panky we did here in Central America. I guess we're fine with nuking his popularity. We will accept that peace deal, and all of our people ought to move to that front. And, Ranhe, don't know why it's... Let's try that. Oh, because they're moving up here. Fair enough. And of course we get gold and a university. That's an interesting build. Now... You're overusing the infrastructure, so you, my friend, need a railroad. And another one. Are we on steel passenger trains? Not yet. I forgot we got steel passenger trains. I researched it for nothing. Let's delete a couple of these that we are not going to be using. And then... One moment. Alright, I'm back. Probably want to get these more... a little bit. We'll put it in the back of the queue. Not a priority. It's a bug. It should give you... Yeah. I don't know if it's a bug. I think they've never intended it to work how it should work. Because I think it's more complicated. Like, I buy that making it so that you can, like, have multiple fronts that are contingent on, like, multiple wars is probably complicated. Does look like we're starting to pick up quite a bit in terms of the private construction. Oh, I didn't even look who won the election. But these are coming through. Another railway in Mexican Boss Congo. This might not be good. I think they already built a railway there. Oh no, it's just the first? Okay. We're gonna swap, make sure everything's on. What we were trying to do before, really. Yeah, everything is on steel passenger. I think we can set all of them to auto expand, and that's fine. Who's the IG that's supporting an upgrade in women's rights? The other IG that is supporting that is the trade unionists, which is also new because they are not a feminist. So whoever won the government, this is still the most legitimate, and it's quite a bit more legitimate. In fact, it's almost to the point where we have righteous, so we will decrease the taxes to get into righteous, and we will deficit spend here for a little while. Might even decrease some of... Yikes. Maybe we can't afford this. Construction goods did go up in price, it looks like. We're spending a lot on steel, iron, and glass, so let's see the prices in the market on those. And if we can do anything about it. We, of course, are now running this, so let's try and import and solve it. We do have a trade agreement with the Austrians, so let's utilize them. And we have a trade agreement with the French, and again the Austrians. But I think it's time we built our own arms industry. Not expecting it to be hyper profitable, but we'll just put down a couple just so we're a little bit more insulated. So just do that. And we're going to play a little bit of whack-a-mole, I guess. And we finally get into Oranhe, and we're going to enforce on them, I assume. We get census suffrage. Fantastic. We, of course, will have to decrease this or get rid of bolstering the trade unionists. I suppose we can get off of bolstering the trade unionists. I think I'd rather have my consumption taxes given the current state of affairs in the economy. But let's take a look. Alright, so we can't swap any of those. Don't want to swap this because I have concerns that it might work differently, but it should not work differently given we have multiculturalism and total separation. And we don't want to go women's suffrage yet. Which ideology trait makes them support women's suffrage of the trade unionists? Let's take a look. It is probably the populist one, would be my guess. They strongly endorse universal suffrage. Oh wait, no, sorry. My brain, no, good. Proletarian. Maybe? No? Not in here. Populist or egalitarian would be it. Property of women. We, of course, have to redeclare that we are colonizing. Oh, we don't. That's weird. I don't know why that one's different. I double check that this is, again, regular migration and not severe. Okay, regular malaria, rather. And is this regular or severe? It's severe, so we will not colonize that yet. But we are getting really close to just going for it. Kind of paid a little bit of cost for this. We have not gotten a new tech in quite a while. I think we'll go not rotary valve engines. I really want to get in on electricity, but I guess it's not. We get pan-nationalism too. I think that we go pump jacks maybe. This seems reasonable. And then I think we want radicals. The thought, the word, and the ideal. We get new Colossus. I think we would prefer university throughput. Kind of, I think we're falling a little behind on the tech. We can increase government wages a little to come up above 100 here, so that we can put in a consumption tax, and then we will decrease down this. Try and pay for stuff, and now that we have malaria prevention, we are going to start going for the colonial, all the colonial stuff. Bring out the map and straight edges. North of Cape Colony, you were right. This place doesn't have malaria, but we just got malaria prevention, so we're pretty chilling now. So hopefully we get a big chunk of the Congo. Our pop has been steadily coming up. Has finally resolved this stuff in Texas. Are you getting employed? You are starting to finally get employed in Texas. What about here? We'll set these on auto expand and then kind of forget about California. California. Yeah, just problems. Unfortunate that like so much basically got bricked, but it is what it is. Let's see about. Yeah, I think we should be able to cut some people off here. I don't know about Great Britain. Great Britain is doing things. This is just so stupid that they have this. They have 0 on the value of existing customs union. They're cooperative towards us. I mean, if we could switch them over. Annex the USA, yeah. Probably. The thing is, the reason I'm not. I'm not sure exactly the criteria for, yeah, we lose Lobster Mexico. That's a reason in itself, but I'm not sure how this achievement works. I'd like to get this achievement. I don't know if the United States still has to exist. And so if we annex them, they won't exist, right? I assume the way it works is we have to own all these territories and they have to not exist. And we have to own all of this. Actually, we're going to have to annex them either way. So, I'm going to try and change to the market because it's probably the best strategy, which is why I'm improving relations. I think that is the meta, is pulling them into your market and just getting free pobs. It seems like a insane thing going on. You know, we do have a lot of private construction. We have arms industries in Veracruz. I didn't see that they were building the arms industries. That's unfortunate, but okay. We're kind of adjusting here despite having decreased the taxes. Of course, when you decrease taxes, you make the capitalists make a lot more money. You get a much bigger investment pool transfer. Which was like, we're kind of taking off on the building. I do like this new construction system. I wish it wasn't bugged to make us want to go... I can release the United States from CSA. True. And then I will have everything I need. So let's actually pause and then... annex them, I suppose. Or let's see how much infamy it costs. 19 infamy. So can we support that? No, we cannot currently. So we will be waiting until we can do it. We also probably need a little bit bigger military to be able to do it. Which is kind of funny, but I think is also the case. So why don't we just add 5 to the back of the queue? I think we need a way bigger military, just a little bit. New Granada is like really... I wish that they didn't leave our customs union. For an obligation, they would... have a trade agreement. How close are we to customs unioning them? Well, I guess we could start bankrolling them and slowly work them into the customs union. Sure. You will have to fight Great Britain for Oregon. Yeah, I know. I don't think that's in the cards in the immediate future. I do think that what we want to do is we want to swap subjects for Canada and then annex Canada. Wow, we instantly get an obligation for Bolivia. Fantastic. Let's absolve it to bring us up to cordial and continue the dream of a large and prosperous Mexican market. Kind of coming on up. We're major power now. You know, Lobster Mexico will reign supreme. Actually, I would have to conquer the CSA, and then I don't know if there's a way for me to release specifically just the USA without releasing all these other territories with it. Unless it doesn't, because it doesn't count them for some reason. Not sure exactly. I think we have enough construction in the queue for this to work right. Yeah. We have a good amount of auto queue. We are still trying to turn on the rest of our steel and stuff. We need more engines as well. So let's try and work some more steel in there. Well, of course the gold mines are calling. And then we will go more steel. Let's just do a couple more there. Gold mines are calling us. We are righteous, so we are starting to get loyalists and decrease radicals, which of course is going to help for generating bonuses in a general sense. We have to release USA before annexing USA in order to do it. I don't know if we can release USA. We'd have to annex CSA, right? And then release USA. But I don't think it'll let us release USA with the tag already present. Oh, for war objective, release USA? Yeah, okay, that should work. You're correct. I think, depending on if it requires them owning the capital or whatever. This party is so legitimate. It's going to be a shame to go the trade unionists. We're happy. We're getting a nice bonus here. Happy radicals. You'll love to see them. Construction is using almost all the construction because we are getting a big enough investment pool transfer to make the private construction happen. Really don't know. I like that they auto-build railroads, but I'm not 100% sure the way I feel about it. Or, well, I just said I liked it, but I don't want them building railroads in places that'll never need the infrastructure is kind of the thing, and if they do that, that's annoying. But that they are doing that instead of, like, messing up with, like, what I'm trying to do with the economy, that part's nice. Who are we importing this from? Oh, that's right. We're importing it from not the Great Shing, but the British market, because it's Britain. Britain. This is so cursed. This is so dumb. We could try and change them to our customs union. Oh my god. So insane. Look for the icon for why they want to join. They want to... I mean, they don't want to join. Our GDP is not big enough. Tragic, really. Argentina wants a trade agreement. Hell yeah, brother. Let's go. This will be my first time not just slapping Argentina and taking their land, but instead trying to diplo pull them in. Make dominion in Persia. Or Macron is kind of whatever. Let's see about passing some laws, maybe. Why can we pass this? We must have a political movement. Or trade unions joining the Liberal Party? Oh, you are correct. They want to join the Libs. I think that's kind of good. I think it'll make our government more legitimate, less legitimate in the short term. But eventually we are trying to transition away from them. Now, I do think, no, we can't pass this. There's no way. There's too much. This rev will be too big once the other group joins. Or maybe we can take one tick of it before the other guys join. It's kind of a painful thing. Maybe actually because we switched the loyalists in this that we'll be able to do it. I don't know. We'll just take one tick of it. We'll get a pretty fast tick as well because we're hyper legitimate right now. Let's look and see if we have insufficient tax capacity somewhere. We do not, so we will look for high population states that currently do not have a lot of government admins, or just high leftover labor, I guess. Except you don't sound like a incorporated state. Guess we'll do one in Mexico at the front of the queue. Rev incoming. It's guaranteed rev? Nah, it's just 62. We're gonna take one tick. I assume that they are going to entice someone to join. We didn't bring Kansas in. We brought them in, though. Nebraska. So we'll put a government industry down here. Oh, Nebraska's got so much rural land now. Holy hell. Yeah, the USA, like, just seems so much stronger on the back of these agrarian change. Yeah, we will pump up and juice them up. Yeah, I do have to keep an eye on this, though. Because can't let it pop, apparently. Pump jacks is nice. Which is kind of why we were researching it. I guess we go rotary valve engine, because we do want to go electricity eventually. Ironclad's about to pop off, though. So we will wait for that tech to go, and then we will swap a bunch of PMs over on everything. Let's go Ironclad there. In the rural, we gotta swap over these to steam trawlers, but we'll also swap over the ports to industrial. And then here we, of course, have to institute all the, oh my god, they said there was a new way to do this. I just don't know how yet. Alright, automatic irrigation is going to get swapped over on everything. Which is a fantastic tech. I think we're going to run a shortage of engines, actually, so I think I'm just gonna stop there because we do actually have a ton of agrarian stuff relative to how what my economies normally look like. And then we need to swap over the shipyards to making steamships, and we gotta have them make military shipbuilding just a little bit. We'll do that. We'll make you, well, you'll do what you'll do. Public trains. Unis will be philosophy department. Okay. So hopefully this is not too uncomfortable, but let's also expand this a little bit. What is on auto expand? Let's build one though. Why don't I change the ownership? On some of the PMs that are less efficient, I prefer to use privately owned, because it's a little bit more efficient in terms of just trying to prevent shortages in the market. And we have an immediate shortage here, so we actually kind of got to wind some of that back. A little bit in the rural areas. Let's do this basic and this basic. And actually, let's do this automatic. And then we need to dramatically increase the number of engines. Motor industries is one that's like particularly pernicious. Jalisco, Loxa. We get women's suffrage, very lucky. Big excite. We will expand this and put it on auto expand. We'll put Jalisco on auto expand as well. There with Landfang. This revolution should die out eventually. Kind of got the laws where I want them in terms of what this government can do. No one wants universal suffrage except for the trade unionists. Why doesn't it let... I have no idea why it doesn't let me change the ownership of the fisheries. That was a mystery to me as well. I assume bug? Oh, maybe it's because they're part of the revolution? I don't know. I'm not sure. We are losing a lot of money here, though. Hiss. Terrible. France acquired some territory there. If you're gonna be wary of us, maybe we just stop bankrolling you for now. I mean, I think we can eventually get them friendly, but... I don't know. That's right, we did want to annex... let's see, we were waiting till we had enough infamy to annex these boyos. If someone joins against us, we're super screwed, though. Oh, they have a stronger mobilization than us. That's not ideal. Okay, we are gonna need more military then. Trade unions now want to form Social Democratic Party. Let's take a look. Well, they want to be in the Laborist Party with the Catholic Church. I don't think I've seen this before. The Liberal Party is non-existent, or... Look at this. That's a new one. Who isn't interested in the area? You're probably correct, but also probably the UK. The UK? Our future nemesis, who for whatever reason has control of China, which is insane. They're cooperative. I guess we wanted to improve relations with them and keep them happy. Waiting for this rev to... We are loading. We were just kidding. We didn't mean it. So I guess France as well. So we cannot annex the US at this juncture. We can annex some of these guys though. The Liberal Party is the name of the Social Democratic Party for Mexico. Interesting. I'm assuming you're talking IRL. Yeah, it looks like we will maybe not be annexing them for some time because they're pretty strong and we are not very strong. Not that we're way weaker than them, but I mean, we will get bricked super hard if Powers join against us. Powers seem a little bit more jumpy in the 1.2 patch here. So, we'll get Powers or whatever. Got a good amount of stuff coming up here. We have a ton of convoys that we would love to use. I guess we can import steamers for now. We have a trade agreement with France. Britain is less likely to slap us if we import from them, and Austria we have a trade agreement with, so it's pretty free. And this was... yeah, I can't quite get it cheap, unfortunately. The icon of the party lets you know the general name. Laborist Party? I think they must all be the general name then. The shield is conservative? Yeah. Yeah, it's always the same, but it also literally says conservative. We're only regular legitimate now, unfortunately. Quickly taking the front though. Significant import route for grain from Brazil. Can we get you in the customs union? Could if we bankrolled. It's a really expensive bankroll. Would love to get an obligation from you somehow then. Probably annexing Iran is a little bit better here. GDP is going up, but it's not like straight up. I'm a little bit concerned about this. I'm trying to bring down the prices of a lot of the government goods that we're paying for, though. Namely glass. I mean, I guess we could import it, but our buildings are also super profitable, so it's reinvesting into the investment pool as well. Which it would not be doing if that were not the case. The Free Trade Party in the UK is the P-Elite Party or something like. Yeah, I think there's not much localization for Mexico specifically. I really wish when you full occupied someone, it just auto gave you the war. Like, you're full occupied. Can you just be done with this? This is really concerning though. Paying quite a lot for construction goods, but somehow the construction debugged, or we're using all of our construction now. So on the flip side, we're turning out. The party won't end. Can't end, won't end. You heard? And we annex El Salvador. We do want to kind of declare a war that gives us a decent amount of infamy. I love that you can annex subjects that are even you have good relations with now. We'll just annex whichever one gives us the most infamy here. Actually, Orange is better to annex, so we'll annex them. Colonization's going pretty good. We are the only ones with malaria prevention at this juncture, I assume. The Social Democratic is called the Laborist. Oh, okay, that makes sense. For the localization flavor. This would make us more legit, but don't need that. Although they do prefer being in government, Lobster Mexico. So, whoa, what is this? Look at all this just got dumped in here. We have so much railroads in Boss Congo. I don't know if we'll ever, like, use all these railroads. And they're not profitable. I don't know why it's auto-building these railroads. Oh, I guess they needed the infrastructure. Something like that? Oh, France joins. We were just kidding about this war. Much finger, much R5. So... yeah. Maybe we just have to chill or just find a... we gotta find a place for a war, I guess. Hooligan, maybe? It's the war we were interested in. Aish would also be fine. Or these guys. Notably, these guys do not have a front with, like, France or anything, so we can just land them and then peace out. So I think that this is probably where we want to go. Why does the AI want to build a lot? I don't know exactly what happened. I think that a lot of our buildings are really profitable because the expense of the goods, a lot of goods that we're producing quite a lot of are extremely expensive. And so that's why they want to build a lot. We don't have a front here in Hooligan. Well, us not having a front here is actually good. If we had a front, then France could load a bunch of people onto the front, but since we don't have a front, we could just land them. And French troops won't be there just automatically. So this is actually preferable. Like, considering what France seems to be doing, we actually will probably, well, we'll take this play. We actually do have a front with them through Sulu, though. Sulawesi. Oh no, but let's go after these guys instead because of that. So we will puppet them. It'll take 7 infamy. This will be good. We will mobilize this guy. He's got the kidney stones. Man, we have so many convoys. The problem is we don't have enough interests, you know? But we will import these from everyone. We wish we had more interest in areas so we could get better trade routes, but we don't have a lot of interest. We'll take the minus full on the Veracruz. Siak's not landlocked. What are you talking about? Oh, Orange? Oh, you're talking about France. We would just be able to enforce on Orange. Yeah, you're right. I'm also kind of not keen on getting landed. But maybe the annex is better. And we get this French front anyways. I wonder what they want. Maybe it's because of Congo. Yeah, they want North... Oh, wait. They want North Borneo from us. We do not have any North Borneo. Except for Sulu. So they're asking for this? We can sway Spain. I don't think that's going to help us very much. I guess we can try this. Worst case, we just lose this to France. It kind of sucks. I think that France can land this really easy is a problem, though. Maybe? We'll patrol that coast. Try and land with the other guy. Maybe this works, maybe it doesn't. Now is the construction queue is now it's waiting on us. Alright, so we will just build a little bit of oil there. Of course we want to California. Do some of that. Glass is still really expensive, so we will go for that. Tools are also really expensive still, so we'll go for some of that. I think we'll start to really push in Mexico for the tools, and of course a railway ahead of time will kind of help that out. We'll add a railway there. Gold fields depleted. Unfortunate. Oh, if that was California, I wanted to say we can't let them leave. Oh well. Alright, try and land Siak. I'm gonna mobilize that guy and have him on standby to defend a little bit in case we just randomly get landed. They went North Borneo from North Borneo, from Brunei. Oh. Is that from Brunei? Oh. You are correct. So we will swap over to patrolling that coast. I think it's all the same coast. No, it's not. So that they cannot land it. Maybe we should have put war goals in them, but I don't think there's like, I think there's about a 0% chance we enforce anything on them, so. Papua native uprising is us, which is actually spectacular, because then we will have the rights to Papua. And they will not. This is unwinnable here, but we just are trying to stall. See if we have tax capacity. Ooh, we have more interest now. We have way more interest. Okay, so I think we want one in Persia. Down in here. And here to do trade with Russia. I think we already can trade with Russia though. So let's take a look. I don't think we can trade with Prussia at this juncture, so maybe right here. Hehe. Rotary valve engine, baby. So time to go this. And then, I don't think we want to turn on rotary valve in too many spots because the goods that use it are really expensive. Yeah, it's just going to hemorrhage money, I think. I imagine no matter where we're using it. But it will be good. I lost Middle Africa, the interest. I don't think I ever had it. Oh, you were right. So we will re-up there. Here's to this landing going alright. It's not going alright. They have a decent army. That's unfortunate. We will have to land with the bigger boy. So we have to wait for this guy's battle to end. Kind of annoying. Yikes. Quite a bit stronger than us. We will move this guy over to, over here. And see what happens here. Assuming we're gonna be able to land here. Just have to wait for this battle to end. Man, it's a long battle. One complaint is the battles just take freaking forever. We are lost. They're exhausted. Let's call this a draw. We are advancing though, so we won't lose territory. Let's try that. That ought to work, I hope. Starting to experience some pain here. Since we are, man, we are just barely legitimate. Otherwise we would increase taxes or look to do that. We have a movement for proportional taxation, which is pretty nice. It's a decent amount of support. We are getting the big bonus from the trade unions now, which is quite nice. Bolstering them would be in the cards if we had money, but we don't, so we won't bolster them. We're just gonna get wrecked here. Our allies are putting up a good fight. 56 battalions, that's more than we have. So it looks like the US is doing a little bit of work here. Beware that troops you sent to Papua New Guinea have a front in their back. Yeah, but what they generally try and do is they try and assign where you already have fronts. But you're right, they do have this here. I think once they get there, they'll just push it through Papua and, like, capitulate them pretty quick. But that is something that is a cause for concern. Certainly. I'm not sure, I thought we were unpaused. I'm not sure if we should, versus France, have declared any type of thing. I just think that there's like zero chance we'd enforce anything on France, so I didn't want to ask for anything, but maybe we should have asked for colonial territory. Okay, I think we do bye. Maybe bye. And then, well, we will presumably buy more of that. Oh yes, please, give me that. Give me all that. Now we have the interest with Prussia, we can kind of do a little bit of trade. This is really cheap, but I kind of want to make it in our own market, but let's try and get our inputs cheaper. I mean, we're using the boom booms. Let's just check this stuff first, though. A little bit from Prussia. Well, maybe we just import boom booms and just be cognizant that we want to do something else. Prussian market, hey. That's why we wanted it. Probably can, let's take a look, because I think we want to get rid of some trade routes as well. Brazilian one's not making money, this one's not really making money, not making money. We're trying to refund some of this. The coal's not making too much money from Austria. Some just get deactivated entirely. The grain's not making money, but we really want that for other reasons. I guess the least profitable boom booms route, I guess we'll delete that. And then we will kind of expand this a little bit. We'll put it at the front of the queue. And we'll double check that we are using the latest and greatest PMs in those regards. We are on the government admins. Here goes our second landing here. This is good. It's looking good. Also doing well in Papua, which should give us an interest or like ownership over it so that they can't colonize it anymore. Netherlands sides with the Netherlands, you'd love to see it. We do like the Agrarian Party, but I don't think they're close to winning. Yeah, not close, so we'll nuke their momentum. Sorry, bud. Nuke the Catholic Church a bit. What happened? Wait, what the frick? That is a lot of convoys getting nuked by some raiding. That is a big oof. That like just happened. That is wild. But now it's all so much more transparent with this change. That is uncomfortable. That is gonna make us big sad over. Yep, that's gonna break all our. Yep. Oh boy, now we have a bunch of shortages in here because we're relying on importing this stuff. Yep. I'm gonna credit the trade unions, really trying to bring them up. Almost full occupied here. Occupying this, so we should be able to enforce and then get out of this fight with France. It's a little bit uncomfortable. Let's make sure we're establishing colonies everywhere, and we're not. Really not keen on them building stuff out here. Really don't like that. Because I don't want to have a bunch of stuff in my unincorporated territory. A bunch of industries. That is not, in fact, how I drew it up. Time to invest in the Army and Navy. I don't know about that. I think it's time to, I mean, we don't have a lot of money. We're, like, kind of getting wrecked. Time to try and avoid fights with great powers, I think. I don't think we have an economy to support an army that can beat, you know, free trade party wins, nice. We don't have an economy, we can't support an economy that's gonna, somehow they have a GDP way bigger than Great Britain, but despite Great Britain having a shake in the market. But I don't think that's in the cards for us in the near future, beating them. You know, progress has been a lot slower in terms of becoming super powerful. Well, it's taking us too long to do this, it looks like. France might come in. But I think we have to re-up our colonies here, which is kind of stupid, but okay. And now they should be not colonizing at all, and it should be just us, which is kind of nice for us. Yeah, this is painful, though. Yep, you did tell me the UK could fuck it up. They have managed to be not very good. In fact, they're not that far from joining our customs union. I really hate that you can get them to join customs union, though. I think this is bad. I think this is not a good thing. I guess we want to try and get the trade unions a little happier with us. Let's see what we can do in that regard. Well, they would like this. Kind of don't know if I want protected speech. Do like having a little bit of authority. We are running a huge negative authority. We gotta get rid of that. Oh my god. I don't think we're bolstering anyone either. No, we're not. Frick. Alright, it's just 4K, it's just 5K. This is fine, I guess, for now. About to enforce on SIAC anyway. And we will just capitulate to, oh no, wait, we can't capitulate to them. We don't want to give away North Borneo. We'll just patrol coast. Try and prevent a landing there. Unfortunate. Let's see what our economy is looking like in regards to this stuff. We are finishing up some tooling workshops. I really wish we could make silk ourselves. We can't. Gonna get level 1 in all of these areas, especially that have a lot of peasants. And then set it to auto-expand. Yep. I guess we should have had more arms stuff at home domestically. It's just not very profitable PM-wise. So... Bembe. Probably swap some more of this on. A little bit. Invaded unincorporated state of France? I think I'd rather cover the war goal with my boats. Ooh, Well, maybe that's a mistake. Would it invading an unincorporated state make... I don't think that makes me enforce way faster. There's no war goal I have on them. I'm just trying not to get enforced on here. We'll go shift work. Might have to stem the bleeding a little bit. Really don't want to increase taxes though here, but I think I got to. Oh, well, we're not super legitimate anyways, so we're going to increase one notch and just be regular legitimate again. And we will just avoid going down to 80, or between 74. I guess we can up tax this 2 notches and kind of try and dig our way out this way. Of course, there will be decreases in standard of living, but this is what it is. Any place have insufficient tax capacity? Not really, so we'll just add a couple of these here and here. And here. Significant problems by lack of convoys, though. They're just wrecking us. Yeah, I think we just hold out and, like... Yeah, I don't know. We just chill until they accept white peace. They will accept white peace here. And then we successfully puppeted Siak, so that's cool. Now, we don't want to try and puppet these guys, because if France joins them, then they will start on the front and they'll just, like, break us super hard. Although I guess maybe if they just conquer Siak and then... Well, if they set Siak at the war goal, we'd be pretty screwed. But, can we go for, like, Landfang or something? In terms of a decent play, we'll start damaging... Why can't we go after you? Because we have a native uprising present. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to call it a stream for today, though. Thank you for everyone who came and participated in chat. Big appreciation. In terms of people who are watching this after the fact or had reached the end or like this type of stuff, I am looking for feedback regarding streams versus videos to see which people prefer. The general consensus seems to be that people prefer videos, but I'm amenable to doing both. Generally speaking, considering how long the stream is, right, I can make 4 videos out of this in the same time it's taking me to stream if I'm streaming 4 hours. So people might prefer the videos, the more stream of consciousness thoughts rather than the interactive stuff, but who knows? This is up to you guys a little bit, because I kind of enjoy both. They're a bit different. I might just start doing both. You know, the interactive elements, plus people are informative in some ways, or informative in a lot of ways, although some of those, like, information I disagree with. Looks like, in terms of, I guess, summarizing what we've done today, the powerful lobster Mexico, we've mainly just been sticking our finger in other people's pies. We made a bunch of puppets down here. We got Transvaal. We made a bunch of puppets over here, you know, kind of just chipping up, you know, expanding the economy, trying to get up in a bunch of different ways. We managed to get the SOL up from, like, 10-ish to 14.7. Migration's starting to come through a lot better now. So it was a combination of both migrations been nerfed and our SOL was so low that it was difficult. We did annex Transvaal. Transvaal is a very, very nice state. It has coal throughput with no penalty, mind you. A lot of places with coal throughput have, like, penalties on infrastructure or state construction efficiency. They don't have that. And they just straight up have, like, 104 with a bonus, and then 60 iron mines, and then usually around 15 gold mines or something like this. Very, very, very strong state, and also lets you, you know, colonize more. We did the little rush malaria type of strategy, and so we're kind of gonna get a very big chunk of the Congo here, and sort of look to try and turn a little bit of corner as we develop into a great power. We're kind of close-ish to getting a great power. I guess maybe it is time to increase the military, because if we became a great power, this would be pretty critical in terms of, I guess we have to see how much prestige it is, but this would allow us to get a better interest rate, and so we'd be able to deficit spend a little bit better, this type of stuff. But yeah, some growing pains from a very inefficient start we made in 1.2, because we're kind of just trying to figure out the mechanics, and so it is what it is. Thank you for the thank you. I hate you. Do I like this version of the game better? If you're talking about 1.2 versus 1. Whatever, I do like it better, but the other one's more stable, so I'd probably rather play on the... If you told me I had to play on the other one till the end of time, or this one till the end of time, I'd rather play on 1.1.2, because 1.1.2 or whatever, because it's just more stable, and this, I assume there's more bugs. I haven't crashed once, but people have reported a lot of crashing, so I don't know what that's about. But thank you for hanging out and commenting on this sort of stuff and giving feedback. Anyways, I'm gonna call it here. Take care, au revoir, adieu, buongiorno.